proceed.
Thank you very much, Advocate Pendela. Greetings to all honorable members that are on the platform, as well as our officials. Greetings to Advocate Pendela. I know that the Chief Whip is not in the house, but we want to commence. It's just after 2 o'clock, and we want to start this meeting. We want to start the session. Honorable members, can you please mute your microphones so that we do not disrupt the proceedings? Honorable delegates, I just want to inform the House that there's been an apology from the Honorable Chairperson, who is attending the Pan-African Parliament, the 7th Ordinary Session until the 6th of May. So the Honorable Chairperson won't be available, as well as the Chief Whip. The Chief Whip is not available also, but he has nominated Honorable Dlamini to stand in for him. Having said that, I will ask honorable members to observe a moment of silence. Thank you very much, honorable members. Honorable delegates, I would like to remind delegates that the rules, in particular sub-rules 21, 22, and 23 of Rule 103 would apply today. Honorable delegates have also been informed that there will be no notices of motions or motions without notice. Honorable delegates, before we proceed, I would like to take this opportunity to welcome the Minister of Justice and Constitutional Development, the Minister of Science and Technology, the Deputy Minister for Employment and Labour, MECs who are present, and all special delegates, SALGA representatives, as well as all permanent delegates to the House. We shall now proceed with the first subject for debate, and that is the debate on Freedom Day, with the theme Social Justice, the Road Traversed, reflecting 30 years of democratic constitutionalism in South Africa. I now have pleasure in welcoming the Honourable Minister of Justice and Constitutional Development, the Honourable T.M. Kubai, to open the debate. Honourable Minister, you have 20 minutes.
Thank you very much, Honourable Deputy Chairperson, honourable members, ministers, MECs, delegates of the NCOP, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. The bitter fight for liberation in South Africa ushered in a new dawn on 20th April 1994, when all South Africans voted for democracy for the first time. Sorry. The day of that first democratic election has now become our Freedom Day, which we celebrated 2 days ago. These elections paved the way for a new social contract, one that was enshrined in South Africa's constitution that is based on the rule of law. The adoption and signing into law of the Constitution in 1996 marked a significant milestone in the irreversible march towards substantive freedom for the majority of South Africans who for years had been dehumanized and impoverished by colonization and apartheid. In recognition of our difficult past, the preamble of our Constitution says that, I quote, "We, the people of South Africa, recognizes the injustices of our past." It does not stop there. It goes further to say that, honourable members, we therefore, through our freely elected representatives, adopt this Constitution as the supreme law of the Republic so as to heal the divisions of the past and establish a society based on democratic values, social justice, and fundamental human rights, and improve the quality of life of all citizens and free the potential of each person. Broadly speaking, honourable members, our Constitution was drafted to achieve peace, unity, and stability after many years of painful and violent struggle, and secondly, to lay a foundation for a transformation of the South African society. 30 years after the adoption of the Constitution, South Africa is a constitutional democracy that is at peace with itself. And all of us have been hard at work working to build a South Africa that belongs to all who live in it, united in our diversity. That's what we have committed to. Admittedly, it is the transformation of the society, South African society, which is closely linked to social justice that remains a work in progress. Our Constitution enjoins us all as a collective to strive towards the attainment of social justice that provides everyone with equal economic, political, and social rights and opportunities. Our efforts, therefore, are aimed at ensuring that there is a just distribution of wealth, opportunities, privileges within our society. To this end, honorable members, we have, through our constitution and legislative measures, taken the approach of social justice as a core value and principle by placing an emphasis on securing the basic needs of all. South Africa has built one of the most progressive constitutional democracy in the world, firmly anchored in the rule of law. An independent judiciary continues to act as a guardian of rights and a check of the abuse of power. Our courts have defended the vulnerable, enforced socio-economic rights, and consistently affirmed that no one is above the law. The transformative approach of our judiciary in the interpretation of our laws has been bolstered by the transformation of the judiciary itself. Not only has the judiciary been exemplary in democratizing or demonstrating, excellence of the judicial officers who are reflective of the racial demographics of our country, it has also led in the gender mainstreaming project. The transformation of the judiciary and affirming women jurists in the judiciary is an achievement that we should all celebrate. Honorable members, in 1994, when we attained democracy, our judiciary comprised of 165 judges, of which 160 were white males, 3 black men, and 2 white women. South Africa had no black woman judge in 1994. Today, ladies and gentlemen, the superior courts have, including 2 recently appointments to the constitutional courts, 257 judges, in all of which 131 are men and 126 are women judges. This puts the proportion of women judges across the country at 49%. This is a progress that we must applaud. In our recent JSE interviews, we have recommended 8 women judges, which still have to be considered by the president. Regarding women leadership in the judiciary, out of 15 superior courts, 6 of these courts are led by women, inclusive of the Constitutional Court, South Africa's apex court, led by the Chief Justice Mandisa Maya, and the Supreme Court of Appeal, the second highest court in the land, led by Judge President Mulimela. Now, as we see it, honorable members, the Constitutional Court majority is women. This is the transformation that we talk about, progress that we have been able to achieve. When we look at the magistracy has made better strides in terms of gender transformation, in that of the 1,626 magistrates, 898 are women. This means that 55% of the total number of magistrates in the country are women today. This kind of progress in the transformation of the judiciary is a demonstration that transformation is possible, is in all spheres of our society. Gender equality, women empowerment, and the elimination of all forms of discriminations against women are all constitutional imperatives. The Bill of Rights ensures that the foundation for a non-racist, non-sexist, and human rights-based society in which equality in terms of gender, sexual orientation, class, and social security, among others, are primary consideration. The message of S versus Makwanyane, judgment by the Concord, reinforces the theme that every person possesses inherent dignity and worth, and set the tone for South Africa's constitutional jurisprudence, wherein making dignity real requires ethical governance, accountable institutions, inclusive economic participation, and active citizenship. It demands that constitutional values inform daily decision-making across all spheres of government and society. The court in the Government of the Republic of South Africa versus Grootboom advanced understanding of the right to housing, the right to healthcare, and access to HIV and AIDS treatment was confirmed in the Minister of Health versus Treatment Action Campaign judgment. The obligation of the state in the provision of socio-economic rights were outlined in the Constitutional Court's judgments on the Grootboom case. In its wisdom, the Constitutional Court adopted the reasonableness test to determine the nature of government statutory obligation entailed by socio-economic rights, by implication the content of these rights. The court rejected the notion of a minimum core in favor of an approach that seeks to judge each socio-economic right on merit. The Constitutional Court held that the provision of socio-economic rights by the state is subject to the principle of progressive realization of these rights and the availability of resources. It is true, members, that inequality remains stubbornly high. Unemployment, particularly among the youth, has reached crisis level, and poverty remains a corrosive factor, particularly amongst Black women. For many, political freedom has not translated into economic opportunity. When hope stagnates, frustration grows, and the social contracts weakens. It is within this context that the state has intervened through social protection. We have expanded social protection on a scale unprecedented in our history. Millions of South Africans rely on social grants that have softened the harshest edges of poverty and help prevent social collapse. These are not insignificant achievements. They represent the real efforts to honor the state's obligation to its people. Honorable members, we have extended socio-economic rights to many poor households in line with the Constitutional Court ruling, which held that the provision of socio-economic rights by the state is subject to the principle of progressive realization of these rights and the availability of the resources. This includes housing, health, water, education, and electricity. Access to electricity and water in South Africa has improved historically, with about 91% having access to water and over 86% to electricity. The number of households who reside in informal dwelling has declined from 13.6% in 2021 to 8.1 in 2022. And that household residing in formal dwelling units increased to 88.5% and increased from 65.1% recorded in 1996. These are achievements, these are efforts made by this government, and these are not happening out of an osmosis. It's deliberate action to ensure that we realize what the Constitution has assured to South Africans. Perhaps the deepest wound has been inflicted by corruption and state capture. The diversion of public resources for private gain hollowed out institutions and betrayed the constitutional ethic of public service. While these wrongs have been exposed, we remain deeply concerned that strong checks and balances were breached. It is incumbent upon the state to close this gap decisively and to ensure that those who betrayed public trust and broke the rule of law are held accountable and face consequences. It is on this aspect of fighting wrongdoing that our Constitution has also registered significant achievements. Our Chapter 9 institutions, independent bodies established by the Constitution to strengthen constitutional democracy, which include the Public Protector and Auditor General South Africa, have been at the forefront of fighting against wrongdoing and wastage of public resources. Supported by our law enforcement agencies and the courts, they have been at the forefront of holding individuals and institutions accountable, thus becoming a pillar of our constitutional democracy. And the works that are being done by your SIUs, your Hawks, and all institutions come to this effect and give meaning to what we mean about fighting crime and corruption. The ongoing struggle for socio-economic equality remains a prevalent issue, necessitating continuous reform and engagement from all sectors of society. As the government endeavors to navigate these complexities, it is imperative for citizens to be vigilant and proactive in defending their rights and fostering an environment that supports democratic values. Honorable members, freedom is sustained when the law affirms equal worth, protects the vulnerable, and enables every person to participate fully in social, economic, and civil life. When the rule of law is upheld with fairness and humanity, it transforms our painful history into a shared future, one in which unity is strengthened, not weakened by differences. In reaffirming the rule of law, we reaffirm a simple yet profound truth that power must serve the people, that freedom thrives under law, not above it, and that equality and tolerance are the foundation of lasting peace. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister, for setting the tone for this very, very important debate that we are embarking on today. Thank you very much for your input. And I will now like to call upon the next speaker to participate in this debate, and that's the Honorable Mananiso for 15 minutes.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson and Honorable Members. Chairperson, allow me to switch off my video because I'm in the Bundus due to oversight. Honorable,
Okay, you may do so.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson and Honorable Members, Minister, Deputy Minister who's on the platform, and all delegates from all the 9 provinces. 30 years into our democracy, we stand not only to reflect, but to account. We stand to measure whether the promise of freedom has translated into material change in the lives of our people. The democratic breakthrough of 1994 was never the end of struggle. It was its reconfiguration. It marked the transfer of political power, but it also imposed a historic responsibility to dismantle the structural inequalities produced by centuries of colonialism and apartheid, and to build a society anchored in dignity, equality, and justice. Our Constitution is not a ceremonial document. It is a living instrument of transformation. It also on us not merely to preserve rights, but to actively realize them. It demands of this House that we legislate, oversee, and govern in a manner that advances social justice. Honorable members, the African National Congress has always understood transformation as a deliberate, state-led project, not a passive unfolding, but a conscious intervention. We reject the idea that the market alone can resolve the deep inequalities of our society. In a country where deprivation was systematically engineered, justice required intentional redress. It is through this lens that we must understand the expansion of the social wage. Today, millions of South Africans receive social grants. They are not acts of charity, they are instruments of justice. They are a recognition that the democratic state must act a guarantor of basic human dignity. Equally, access to education has been fundamentally transformed. Through institutions such as NSFAS, the doors of learning have been opened to those historically excluded. And vulnerable. Education remains the most powerful lever for upward mobility, for breaking cycles of poverty, and for restoring dignity. But we must be honest, access alone is not enough. The task before us now is to ensure quality, relevancy, and outcomes. A democratic education system must not only enroll, it must empower. Honorable Chairperson, our Constitution commits us to equality, but not a hollow abstract equality. South Africa requires substantive equality, and equality that recognizes context, that confronts disadvantages, and that distributes opportunities. The legacy of apartheid did not disappear in 1994. It persisted in spatial inequalities, in unemployment, in unequal access to land, healthcare, and economic emancipation. To ignore this reality in the name of neutrality is not entrenched injustice. This is why the democratic state must continue to advance legislative and policy measures that actively uplift those who were historically excluded. Land reform, Black economic empowerment, employment equity, there are no policy preferences, there are constitutional imperatives. Honorable members, no meaningful discussion of social justice can ignore the conditions of women in our society. Black women in particular continue to bear the heaviest and burden of inequality. They confront the intersection of race, class, and gender oppression. Gender-based violence remains our own gravest crisis facing our nation. It is not only a criminal justice issue, it is a societal failure. A society that cannot guarantee the safety of its women cannot claim to be just. We must strengthen the criminal justice system to ensure that survivors are protected and perpetrators are held accountable. But beyond that, we must transform the social and economic conditions that trap women in cycles of vulnerability. Economic empowerment of women is not optional, it is foundational. These include equal pay, access to property ownership, support for women-led enterprises, expanded access to education and skills development. We must also confront the persistence of patriarchal norms that continue to marginalize women in both public and private spheres. Honorable Chairperson, leadership matters, representation matters. The composition of leader structures in our political system reflects our commitment or lack thereof to transformation. We cannot ignore the contradiction of those who speak of equality while reproducing exclusion in their own ranks. The question is not whether women are capable of leadership. The history of this country has answered that decisively. The question is whether we are prepared to dismantle the barriers that prevent their full participation. Honorable Chairperson and honorable members, a democratic South Africa must reflect the diversity and capability of all its people, not a narrow segment. Honorable Chairperson, democracy cannot be reduced to periodic election. It must be lived, experienced, and continuously deepened. The national dialogue represents an important step into the right direction. It seeks to place the voice of the people at the center of governance. By engaging communities at what level, we are building a participatory democracy, one that listens, responds, and evolves. This process is not about symbolism, it is about substance. It is about shaping a shared national vision for the next phase of our democratic journey. Honorable Chairperson, we must guard against cynicism. National building requires patience, participation, and collective ownership. Honorable Chairperson, we must confront the reality with honesty. Unemployment remains unacceptably high. Poverty continues to affect millions. Inequalities remains among the highest in the world. There are no abstract statistics. They represent lived hardships, but they also represent a call to action. We must accelerate inclusive growth. We must strengthen state capacity. We must improve service delivery. We must ensure that public resources are used efficiently and transparently. Honorable Chairperson, corruption, whenever it occurs, must be confronted decisively. It undermines public trust and diverts resources away from those who need them most. And I want to thank the President for championing this pandemic through ensuring that there are structures like Madanga that will see to it to the light that all those who are law offenders, they find themselves in the right places where they belong. Honorable Chairperson, the advancement of social justice cannot be the responsibility of the state alone. It requires a partnership between government, business, labor, and civil society. Businesses must play its role in driving investment and job creation. Labor must continue to advocate for fair and decent work. Civil society must hold us accountable and ensure that the voices of the marginalized are heard. At the center of the partnership must be a shared commitment to the values of our Constitution. Honorable Chairperson, the road we have traveled has not been easy. It has been marked by progress, but also by persistent challenges. Yet we are not a nation without direction. We are not a nation engaged in the difficult but necessary work of transformation. The task before us is clear: to build a South African that is truly non-racial, non-sexist, democratic, and prosperous. This requires courage, It requires discipline. It requires unwavering commitment. Let us rise to that challenge. Let us ensure that when future generation reflects on this moment, they will say that we did not hesitate, we acted. Honorable Chairperson, as we have noted that last week, the NCOP was busy on the oversight in Matosani in the Northwest, mopping for taking Parliament to the people. Some of us, we came back with good news that in South Africa, under the Minister Kansani Kubai, one can confirm that South Africa doesn't need to build a one-stop child justice center because we are dealing with the pandemic and the curse of criminality at that early age. We have been affirmed, we have been given a confirmation of a report that South Africa, in terms of child justice, they are actually up in terms of the international standard. And we can boldly say to our people, we are a country that is busy dealing with the project of state development in ensuring that we are capable and we are responding to the issues of our people in terms of the outcomes that are positive. Honorable Chairperson, I want to confirm in this platform as we celebrate and commemorate the Freedom Day, that this freedom was not free, and in our action, it must show every day as we transform the lives of our people for better life for all. We want to say that where we come from is far, but where we're going, it's near. Aluta continua. We are anticipating for a better day, for the best future, and the current, it's now in terms of intergenerational mission that across, we need not to leave anyone behind with disability, Black, green, and other colors as well needs to be included, because we know that there were people who made this till this far. As we celebrate this year, we know that we are celebrating the 70th anniversary of the Women's March. And in your organization, where there's no women emancipation or women involvement, you need to make sure that you call them on the table. Or if you don't call them, they must invite themselves and come and push for development that is inclusive. We must deal with over-representation of men in all the tables that we are sitting as women in parliament, as women in political parties, as women in other sectors of the society. And I want to thank those who understand the project after 1994, that we can emerge victoriously if we work together. United we stand, divided we fall. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mananiso. Even though you said you were out in the Bundus, your input came through very loud and clear. Thank you very much for that. We now move on to the next honorable member to participate in this debate, and that's the Honorable Dr. Skriokoko, who will have 7 minutes. Over to you, Doctor.
Thank you, Chairperson. Let me just request, before they start the clock, I just want to request that I will be turning on my video after 48 hours without electricity and Machabeng, so I'll use that privilege of my video. Honorable Chairperson, honorable members, fellow South Africans, Khotso. We, the people of South Africa, recognize the injustices of our past, honor those who suffered for justice and freedom in our land, respect those who have worked to build and develop our country, and believe that South Africa belongs to all who live in it, united in diversity. In 1996, we committed ourselves to heal the divisions of the past, establish a society based on democratic values, social justice, and fundamental human rights, and to build a democratic South Africa where government is based on the will of the people and every citizen is equally protected by our law. Our Constitution is the foundation of our social contract. We must ask ourselves how faithful we have been to that contract. I stand before you as an Afrikaner, born in South Africa, my home. And according to Celeste Theron, we are only 44 that speak Afrikaans in South Africa, so I count myself among them. It binds me deeply to our Constitution and obliges me to defend it. I do so not to divide us, but because I love my country. and refuse to surrender to corruption and incompetence. Our Constitution protects all of us, regardless of race, sex, or gender. And those who choose to cling to prejudice is an insult to our Constitution and diminish our nation. Steve Biko warned that the most potent weapon in the hands of the oppressor is the mind of the oppressed. It requires courage from us to free ourselves from any mindset that excuses incompetence and condones theft because the perpetrator looks like us. The road we have traveled over the past 30 years has seen great achievements. We've dismantled apartheid and exposes the terrible truth through the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, enfranchised every adult, built institutions, and integrated into the world. Yet, our road has been scarred by corruption, scandals, state capture, inequality, and a growing sense that our democracy is being hollowed out by selfish politicians. Chairperson, our biggest challenge that those supposed to protect the Constitution and Chapter 2 rights emerge as elitists who drive around in fancy cars and use the resources of this country to live in palaces and gather riches. Fellow South Africans, you get the government you vote for. You get the government you vote for. When we repeatedly vote for leaders who abuse their positions, we cannot be surprised when service delivery collapses and corruption blossoms. Kenyan scholar Lumumba laments that Africans are in the business of canonizing thieves and demonizing its saints. And he warns that Africa remains mired in underdevelopment because we keep electing the wrong people. We cannot keep the same corrupt players on the pitch and then complain about the score. We need to be critical, we need to be alert, and we need to be vigilant. And our vigilance begins in the polling booth. We must renew our vision that we as South Africans must live together as equals. We must refuse to allow to drift in complacency. We must demand ethical leadership, transparent governance, and genuine service delivery. Our Constitution empowers us to lay the foundations for a democratic and open society in which government is based on the will of the people. That the will is expressed not by just voting, but by active citizenry, by holding public representatives accountable when the traps run dry, by insisting on consequence management when officials steal, and by celebrating competence over cadre deployment. Our loyalty is to South Africa and to the Constitution. When we expose corruption, we protect the nation. When we vote out those who fail, we strengthen our democracy. Accountability begins with us. If we elect leaders on the basis of the ethnicity, slogans, and patronage, we cannot complain when they raid the treasury. Ubuntu teaches us that our humanity is bound up in the humanity of others. When one of us is oppressed or impoverished, we're all diminished. When one of us is called a racist because of the color of their skin, or told that they are a sellout for challenging corruption, the dignity of our democracy is reduced. 30 years is a long time in politics, but a short time in nation building. We must traverse the road ahead with the same courage that carried us into the new South Africa. We must protect our constitutional democracy with the same vigilance that brought us into being. We get the government we vote for. So if we want a government that delivers services, protect our rights, and uphold the rule of law, then we must vote for the leaders who embody these values. If we fail to do so, we will drift towards the fate of societies where corruption is normalized and our democracy is hollowed. As we reflect on Freedom Day, I invite every member in this house to take hands and let us renew our commitment to social justice, to ethical governance, and to the promise of our Constitution. And if you cannot do that, South Africans, if those that you voted for are unwilling to change the course, then I say to South Africa, choose a new team, because our children deserve a future in which the dream of freedom is not portrayed by corruption of those entrusted to protect that. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Dr. Skirkoko. We now move on to the next contributor to the debate, and that's the Honorable Mahile, the Gauteng MEC for Education, Sports, Arts, Culture, and Recreation, who has 10 minutes. Honorable Mahile.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chairperson, and thanks to Honorable Minister, whips, and all other members.
Honorable MEC, your picture is not clear at all.
Yeah, maybe
you may switch your video off.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
So it is an honor and privilege to address this August House as we commemorate an important month in South Africa's calendar. Freedom Month for our country is not about political symbolism. It is a month that reminds all of us that the personal is political, for it is a month that reminds us of how far we have come as a people, even as the road ahead of us remains long. Many of us in this house remember a time when the ideal of a free South Africa existed only in theory, when it was something that we dreamed about and imagined. There was time in this country when people who look like me could only imagine a society in which we could exist as a free human beings. There was a time when our lives did not have value, when we were deemed disposable and even inconvenient. We existed solely as a reserve army of labor whose contribution to society was as workers in white-owned industries and farms. For this and many other reasons, the 27th of April, 1994 means more to us than simply a day in which we cast our votes for the first time in a democracy. It was a date that marked the beginning of our humanization in a country in which for centuries we had been deemed unworthy of participating in the decisions that govern our lives. Today we are gathered here in this August House as representatives decided on by the people of our country across the color and geographical divide, a people who today can lay claims to inalienable human rights. The 2026 Freedom Month theme is freedom and the rule of law, 30 years of democratic citizenship. This theme commemorates the 30th anniversary of the adoption of the South African Constitution and marks 38 years since the first democratic elections. It also highlights the journey towards democracy and human rights in a country that for centuries knew neither the rule of law is the foundation on which the future of our country's democracy rests, and it is a foundation that should never be destabilized. I stand before you not only as a member of the Gauteng Provincial Legislature and the MEC for Education, Sports, Arts and Culture in the Gauteng Province. I stand before you as a citizen of South Africa and a graduate of law who understands what is at stake when democratic institutions are weakened and when the rule of law is eroded. The absence of robust, independent, and transparent mechanisms often leads to economic stagnation, increased social inequality, and a breakdown of public trust. This creates an environment where corruption thrives and political power is abused. The impact of governance is profound. Weak democratic frameworks allow for high levels of corruption and state capture, where private interests control public decision-making, creating breeding grounds for a systemic corruption and impunity. The politicization of institutions result in key state institutions such as prosecuting authorities, law enforcement, and tax services being manipulated to advance political aims and protect allies and elites, undermining the rule of law. But the rot is felt more by the people, for weak democratic institutions are the bedrock on which ineffective service delivery rests. Poor governance results in inefficiencies, mismanagement, and failure to provide essential services, a situation that especially impacts those with the least ability to be resilient. In South Africa, these are millions of people, a majority of them Black, and many of them women. Weak democratic institutions are not victimless. Honorable members, the Gauteng provincial government is deeply committed to the implementation of the national framework towards the professionalization of the public sector that has since been adopted by Cabinet. We recognize that strategic reform aimed at building a capable, ethical, and developmental state in South Africa is the foundation on which the future of our democracy rests. We also recognize that a professionalized public service is our strongest weapon in the struggle to strengthen institutions that serve the people of South Africa. In this regard, we are strengthening the political administrative interface by insulating the public service from political interference. It is an undertaking that demands great political will and one that goes beyond clearly defining the roles of elected officials versus professional administrators into other areas of governance, including centering meritocracy in how we govern.
Meneer, ga mee. Daar is u goed om u weer te zien. Ja, klas is bij jou. Stomping grounds in.
That we want to build.
Nu wat.
In Gauteng,
Honorable
not
MEC,
just invested in
Honorable
economic
MEC,
growth.
Honorable MEC, can you please wait until we sort out some disturbance that is coming through.
Butter nose again, Chair.
I just want to appeal to honorable members to please keep their microphones muted while somebody else is debating. Honorable MEC, I apologize for that. Please continue. Honorable MEC Mahile, please continue.
Oh, I was muted. Sorry, Chair. I hope you checked them. They muted me as well. Equally important to us is the nature of the economy that we want to build. In Gauteng, we are not just invested in economic growth. We are committed to inclusive and sustainable economic development where the economy grows in the hands of our communities. It is not an accident of history that we spearheaded the Township Economic Development Act, the establishment of schools of specialization in townships that were historically disenfranchised, the prioritization of township women, youth, and persons with disabilities enterprises operating in these townships. It is these interventions, amongst others, that demonstrate not only that we are committed to transformation, but that we seek the link between this and the strengthening of the democratic project and democratic institutions. This democracy for which many paid the ultimate sacrifice will rise or fall on how we govern and the totality with which we center the rule of law as a necessary instrument for protecting our constitutional democracy. Thank you very much, Deputy Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable MEC. Once again, we apologize for that interruption whilst you were speaking. We now move on to the next contributor to this debate, and that's the Honorable Mabuza, the MEC for Culture, Sports and Recreation from Mpumalanga, the land of the rising sun. Over to you, Honorable MEC.
Indeed, Chair. Good afternoon to your good self, Deputy Chair of the National Council of Provinces, delegates of the respectable House, ministers and deputy ministers present in the House, and those that are on call, my counterparts, members of the Executive Council. Good afternoon to everyone. 27th of April 2026 marks the 22 years of democratic South Africa and 30 years of the constitutional democracy. And as we celebrate this day, we need to take stock, reflect, and remind ourselves that freedom is not merely an absence of an oppressive regime, but it is also the presence of an active and a capable state machinery to lead transformation of society and organs of states, including professionalization of public sector. Honorable Deputy Chair, the 27th of April marks a significant protracted struggle from liberation, equality, and economic justice. Take-home message from the President of the Republic, His Excellency Ntate Cyril Ramaphosa, addressing the nation on the 27th of April 2026 in Bloemfontein, Mangaung Metropolitan. I open quote. We stand here together not only as citizens of the democratic nation, but as custodians of hard-won legacy, a legacy shaped by sacrifice, courage, and unbreakable belief of freedom and social justice, close quote. And as we proudly celebrate our freedom and democracy, we pay tribute to all gallant freedom fighters who sacrificed their lives so that we would be free, and all those who took part or supported in whatever form of national liberation struggle. We pledge to defend and reinforce the values and objectives that serves to underpin our liberation struggle. Honorable Chair, one of the key revolutionary tasks was to build a national unity and social cohesion towards a total eradication of racial oppression and exploitation. Over the past 32 years, the democratic South Africa much has been done to realize this vision. Colonial apartheid misrule characterized by institutional and systematic racism has been dismantled. We cannot deny it that, guided by the rule of law, robust system and institution have been established to promote, uphold, and advance the ideas and ideals of South Africa that belongs to all who live in it. Honorable members, the government of the people has done much more to restore the dignity of the people, even though the 7th administration admits that there is more that still needs to be done. When addressing the occasion like this in 2023, the former president of the Republic of South Africa, Mr. Thabo Mbeki, said, I open quote, "We celebrate freedom because it has given us a possibility to deliver services to the people that have not been delivered throughout the years of white minority rule. We celebrate Freedom Day because millions of our rural people now have access to clean water, electricity, and services that benefit especially women and children. And we celebrate with many of our poor children because they are now assured of at least one decent meal a day through the National School Nutrition Program," close quote. Honorable Deputy Chair, I am in agreement with this factual statement. The decent houses, title deeds to millions of our people have been built. Sports and recreation facilities are being funded mainly through the national fiscus. That is why in post-1994, South Africa has a resident capacity to host any sporting global event, and it has already hosted African Cup of Nations, FIFA World Cup, Rugby World Cup, Cricket World Cup, many more events of international magnitude that stature with a huge contribution to our GDP. Status has confirmed that compared to pre-1994, there is a remarkable improvement on access to sanitation, water, and electricity. And numbers do not lie, Honorable Deputy Chairperson and honorable members. These basic services are no longer the persevere or preserved for the few, but based on the color of skin. Strengthening local government remains a strategic focus of our freedom because it is the site where we can do more and most to transform lives of our people, which include rural development, farming communities, as well as areas under traditional leaders. The 7th administration continues to push back frontiers of poverty by providing comprehensive security net for the most vulnerable. Many strides have been achieved to open the doors of learning and culture through a school quintile resourcing formula and the NSFAS to cater for the poor and the poorest. Our Constitution provides the right to continue to practice their religious and customary beliefs, tradition and culture without fear, guided by the rule of law embedded in the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa. Indeed, the freedom achieved in 1994 must substantially advance and defend material improvement in the lives of all citizens of the country. We know, Deputy Chair, that despite our achievement, SA remains a highly unequal society, confirming that institutionalization of the NDR remains a struggle process. This means that effectively, the NDR is not yet complete. When addressing the nation, His Excellency, the President of the Republic, made an important remarks. I open quote, the majority of South Africans are still excluded and marginalized from the ownership, management, and control of the economy of this country. That millions of our people, especially Black people, still live in object of poverty, close quote. And it is this precisely for those revolutionary reasons that on the occasion of the 2026 Provincial Freedom Day celebration, our Honorable Premier, Babu Mandla Ndlovu, underscored and reaffirmed the commitment of the province to a massive infrastructure investment to stimulate inclusive economic growth, creating of more jobs, increasing access to healthcare and educational facilities over and above the sustainable provision of basic services, because freedom must defend material improvement of all our people. Honorable members, in whatever we do, we must also ensure that the role of women in the consolidation of our freedom and democracy is high and on national agenda. To strengthen our democracy means the emancipation of economic empowerment of women in terms of access to finance, fast-tracking skills development, government procurement system must become responsive to an agent of gender balance. The non-negotiable economic empowerment must also include youth and people with disabilities. Equally, we call on youth across the spectrum of society to ensure that they work hard to empower themselves with education and requisite scarce skill, because the youth must be the vanguard of the national development trajectory and they are going to inherit it. To strengthen public trust, freedom, and the rule of the law enjoins us to fight and defeat crime and corruption through ethical governance. Honorable Deputy Chair, the Human Rights Declaration in Chapter 2 of the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa is a key pillar for our social justice. Our freedom calls all South Africans to unite and defeat poverty and underdevelopment in our discourse, and no surrender towards the developmental state while reaffirming the Constitution as the foundation. Freedom celebration calls on all of us to renew our pledge in building better South Africa, free from prominent levels of unemployment, poverty, and social inequalities. Freedom celebration calls a better world free from unipolar and bullying tactics using military economic superpowers. Our freedom celebration calls on international community to join hands to stop the wars under human genocide in Palestine and other parts of the world. Accordingly, Deputy Chair, our freedom must continue to advocate for a multipolarity to advance the national development objective, which must also find expression in our African continent free trade as a landmark agreement which seeks to unite 54 African nation into a single market of 1.4 billion people, with a vision to boost intra-Africa trade by 60% in the year 2025. Honorable Deputy Chair, we remain committed to the ideas and ideals of African Renaissance, development of the continent, and its economy upliftment is essential to our freedom and success of South Africa's national democratic revolution and its developmental objectives. Freedom celebration to us is also about South African solidarity. Long live Africa and their diaspora. Long live Africa, unity and solidarity. And I wish all the honorable member and the South Africa in its entirety a happy Freedom Month. Thank you so much, Deputy Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Mabuza, for your input from the land of the rising sun. You have a new sheriff now on the block. The next speaker on the platform is going to be Honorable M. Mampuru, Economic Freedom Freshers. Over to you for the next 14 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I'm in Rustenburg, to mobilization for the EFF Freedom Day rally, so there is no network where I am. So if I was to switch on the camera, it will collapse in its entirety. Chairperson, on behalf of the economic freedom fighters, let me send the revolutionary greetings to the people of South Africa, the landless masses of our people, who to this day have not yet tasted the true meaning of freedom. We salute the young men and women who have completed their basic education, yet remain excluded from the institution of higher learning, not because they lack capacity, but because they cannot afford the cost of education, or because there is simply no space for them in the system designed to keep them out. We speak for the working class, those who have sacrificed, studied, and qualified, yet are denied certificates simply because of their historical debt in those institutions of higher learning. And even those who hold their certificate, Chair, walk the streets with unemployed, unabundant, and the government that is both corrupt and incapable of creating jobs. These are the people who have never seen the pay slips. These are the same people who, like many millions of South Africans, have never seen a title deed. We speak on behalf of women and young girls who live in constant fear, fear of rape and fear of violence, because the state have failed, or worse, lacks the will and capacity to protect them. We speak for the unemployed fathers, unemployed sons, unemployed uncles, unemployed mothers, unemployed sisters, unemployed aunts, and unemployed daughters, a generation stripped of dignity, robbed of purpose, and condemned into poverty. We speak for the farm workers, domestic workers, petrol attendants, security guards, and factory workers who slave day and night, trading their time and energy for starvation, wages enriching the very same system which oppresses them. We speak for the teachers, soldiers, police, nurses, doctors, and all public servants who dedicated their life saving our people, while looters in suits, protected by the state and their racist allies in the DA and the Freedom Front Plus, continue to loot the resources without consequences. Comrade Chair, I mention these people because they are the rightful beneficiaries of this democracy. They are the ones who should be celebrating Freedom Day, but they cannot. They cannot celebrate this because this democracy has been hijacked, trampled upon, auctioned off by criminals in power. Comrade Chair, as we mark this democracy, born out of pain, born out of blood, born out of sacrifices, we must not forget the people of Palestine, who today endure the very same oppression we once faced. Just as we welcomed the colonizers, Comrade Chair, into our land, so too did the people of Palestine. Just as we offered bread and water, believing in humanity, so too do the people of Palestine did. And just like here, those colonizers did not only come as friends, but they came as conquerors. They came to kill, they came to dispossess, they came to erase our dignity. Not only that, but to also steal our land and to dominate. Today, the people of Gaza, Comrade Chair, and Rafah, and everywhere else across Palestine are being massacred before the eye of the world. We cannot celebrate our freedom while our brothers and sisters are being slaughtered. Their struggle is our struggle, and their pain is our pain. Comrade Chen, this 32nd anniversary of democracy demand. Can you hear me, Chen?
Yes, you're audible, Honorable Mampuru.
Yes. This 32nd anniversary of democracy demand an honest reflection. We must ask ourselves, is this democracy truly working for our people? Or is it merely an illusion designed to make the oppressed believe that they are free? Why do the fruits of a revolution continue to benefit only the former oppressor? Why are the children of the oppressed still locked out of economic participation? Why is it that only the connected elite, some of whom collaborated with the oppressor, enjoy the benefits of liberation? We speak of those who collaborated with the oppressor, Comrade Chair. You might be aware that the former President Nelson Mandela once presented in NEC meeting of the ANC a list of those who collaborated with the oppressor during apartheid. But I'm not yet there now. Chairperson, those who fought for our freedom did not sacrifice their life for this betrayal. They did so to fight so that power could be handed back to or through a back door to those who oppressed us. Just like you did, Comrade Chen organization, you handed over power to our former oppressors. They fought for South Africa where healthcare will be free and quality, housing will be of dignified and accessible, and furthermore, Chair, that education will be free, decolonized, and empowering. That land will be returned to its rightful owners. That the mineral resources will benefit the people as a whole. Yet, Chair, yet today, the dreams remain deterred. Comrade Chair, the people of Marikana have told us the truth, that this democracy remains a distant dream. Marikana is a symbol of betrayal, a community surrounded by wealth, yet drowning in poverty. We saw it ourselves. Mines extract billions of rent, yet the people live in misery. Infrastructure have collapsed, roads are destroyed, street lights are not working, sewer flows through communities. The situation in the Mfuleni is no different. In fact, Comrade Chair, there are more potholes in Rustenburg and Mfuleni than there are elephants in Kenya. If one did not know better, they will think that these municipalities were bombed during the war. And the less said about Sekhukhune municipality, the better. Comrade Chair, while our people struggle to survive, wondering where the next meal will come from, or where the water will flow from their taps, the racist DA remain unconcerned. They are not concerned about the people of Maspumelele. They are not concerned about the people of Kailicha. They are not concerned about the people of Kukuletu. They are not concerned about the people of Langa. Their priority is to build a wall to separate the rich from the poor, to protect the privileged and to isolate poverty. While Helen Zila, Comrade Chair, was busy swimming in sewer spillage infested with feces, tasting them with her own tongue, making the people of Western Cape, subjecting the people of Western Cape to relieve themselves in buckets, pota toilets. Crime terrorized community where leadership remain absent. Comrade Chair, only the EFF, the Economic Freedom Fighters, can deliver true and meaningful freedom. Only the EFF, Comrade Chair, through its policy of land expropriation without compensation to return the land to its people, through nationalizations of the mines, the banks, and all other strategic sectors of the economy, will ensure that the wealth of this country benefits all who live in it. Because the Economic Freedom Fighters, Chair, is the foundation of true freedom. A nation that is not economically free cannot be free. Democracy is, as it stands today, it only not be enjoyed by those who own production. If South Africa truly belongs to all who live in it, and all are equal before the law, Why do we see racist elements within judiciary using courts to settle political score? Why do reactionary forces continue to weaponize institutions of democracy to protect white privileges while suppressing black progress? Comrade Chair, we call upon all unregistered yet qualifying South Africans to rise and act, to go to their local EFF branches, engage with their local EFF leaders to help them to register with IEC so that they can vote for the EFF in upcoming local action. Because the realization of true freedom and genuine democracy lies in the hands of economic freedom government. We call upon our people that as we celebrate the 32nd anniversary of this democracy, to go in their numbers and register with IEC and vote for the EFF. And indeed, Chair, our people will get the government that they have voted for. We'll get the government which will not give them employment. We'll get the government which will not give them access to education. We'll give them government which will not protect them on a daily basis, where our people will live in fear. As said that, Chair, as the EFF, we say to our people, Aluta continua, happy Workers' Day, happy Workers' Month, and freedom to all our people. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Honorable Mampuru. But I'd like to caution all the delegates, please let us not reflect on the judiciary, because the judiciary's appointment is dependent upon Parliament itself, and then you cannot also label them as racist. I think that even if the debate is robust, but must have some sort of a restraint. Thank you, Honorable Mampuru. The next speaker on the visual platform is going to be Honorable Masego, MEC for Sports, Arts and Culture in Limpopo. Over to you for the next 10 minutes.
Yeah, thanks very much, Honorable Chairperson of the session, ministers and deputy ministers present here, honorable members of the National Council of Provinces, Sanbonani. As we mark 30 years of democratic constitutionalism, we are compelled to reflect not only on the rights we secured in 1994, but on the tangible progress we have made in turning those rights into lived realities. For Limpopo, social justice has meant opening doors in sports, arts and culture and heritage that were closed for some generations. In a Freedom Day address, our Premier, Dr. Popi Ramathuba, stated that, I quote, "There is a profound difference between the apartheid state and the democratic state we have today. Apartheid divided people by race and denied the majority a voice. But this democratic government, by contrast, does not take its people for granted. It listens, it answers, it is held accountable. It is required to serve all the people, not a select few. And in Limpopo, we are a true reflection of providing services to a multicultural, multilingual, multi-tribal society, equally without any segregation. The democratic era has created pathways for our athletes to compete and excel beyond our borders. Today, our sports people proudly represent South Africa at national and international competitions. These achievements reflect deliberate investment in talent development, access to facilities, and equitable support structures that ensure no young talent is left behind because of where they were born. In his first State of the Nation address in 1994, the first Black president of the country, Honorable President Nelson Mandela, said, I quote, "The youth of our country are valued possessions of the nation. Without them, there can be no future," close quote. Their needs are immense and urgent. They are the center of our reconstruction and development plan. Since the dawn of democracy, young people were exposed to a number of programs initiated by the democratic government, including your skills development, sports development, youth entrepreneur development, and creative sector development. Our creative sector is also claiming its space at national level. Limpopo artists are performing on national platforms, and our Likompo genre has grown from a local sound into a movement recognized nationally and internationally. This is a cultural expression of empowerment. It preserves our identity while generating income and opportunities for our youth in music, production, performance, and the broader creative economy. Limpopo has been ranked #1 in social cohesion in South Africa. We remain the only province that embodies unity in diversity as a daily practice rather than a slogan. Our diversity of languages, traditions, and histories has become a source of strength as opposed to divisions. This social cohesion is a bedrock that allows sport and culture to unite communities and advance reconciliation. Freedom and democracy have expanded the economic footprint of the sport, arts, and culture sectors. We are now seeing sustainable employment in coaching, event management, arts administration, music, craft, and heritage conservation. What was once viewed as leisure has become now a livelihood. The sector is increasingly contributing to youth employment and small enterprise development across the province. Infrastructure development has been central to the transformation in Limpopo. Now we have got over 100 public libraries serving both urban and rural communities. Libraries are critical to an informed and empowered society. They provide free access to information, learning resources, digital skills, and safe study spaces for learners, students, and job seekers. In a constitutional democracy, libraries uphold the right to education and equal access to knowledge. Our archive serves as the memory of our nation. They safeguard the records of our struggle, our heritage, and our governance, ensuring accountability and preserving identity for future generations. In line with the demands of a modern democracy, our department is advancing the digitalization of libraries and archives. This will automatically improve access, protect historical records, and make our collections available to a wider audience across the province and beyond. In his 2026 Freedom Day address, President Cyril Ramaphosa focused, I quote, "Freedom as an unfinished journey towards economic and social justice." He said, "This commemoration tied freedom to youth." He urged us to strengthen social cohesion, particularly among young people, to act with collective responsibility to each other in pursuit of a shared destiny. We are also
Honorable Teza, will you please mute?
We are also in the process of rehabilitating our liberation routes to improve access to historical museums and heritage sites. These routes honor the sacrifices of those who fought for freedom and serve as educational resources that connect our youth to their history and their rights. By so doing, we commit ourselves to narrate the story of the national liberation struggle. In conclusion, 30 years of democratic constitutional have shown that social justice is built through institutions, infrastructure, and identity. And in Limpopo, sports, arts, and culture and heritage are not peripheral to this project. They are central to nation building, they are central to economic inclusion and the preservation of our shared humanity. We welcome also the current developments that are happening in the law enforcement to make sure that law is being enforced in any space where there is criminality. I thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Ngamane, for representing the Limpopo province. And then the next speaker on the platform is going to be Councillor Mokhoche, who is representing SALGA, South African Local Government Association. Over to you.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Chair of the National Council of Provinces, our Minister present, Honorable MECs present, Honorable Chief Whip of the NCOP, Honorable members, on behalf of the South African Local Government Association, we are honored to participate in this important debate on the social justice, the road traversed, reflecting on the 30 years of democratic constitutionalism. 30 years ago, under the guiding vision of the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa, our nation made a bold commitment to build a society founded on human dignity, equality, and freedom. This was not merely a legal milestone, it was a social contract of the people of South Africa, one that placed justice, redress, and inclusion at the center of governance. Local government has this been at the core phase of giving meaning to this constitutional commitment. Municipalities, as the sphere of government closest to the people, have played a pivotal role in advancing social justice through the provision of basic services. Over the past 3 decades, millions of households have gained access to water, sanitation, electricity, and refuse removal, services that are not just technical deliverable, but instruments of dignity and equality. Informal settlements have been upgraded, roads have been built, and local economies have been stimulated through the community-based initiatives. For example, a comparison of the pre- and post-1994 aerial photos of Soweto shows the dusty, barren township that has transformed into a lively suburb with tie roads, street lights, and thriving commercial developments. Beyond infrastructure, municipalities have contributed to building inclusive communities through local economic development programs, support to informal traders, and social cohesion initiatives. Municipalities have worked to bridge historical divides and create spaces where diversity is not only recognized but embraced. Importantly, municipalities have also been central to deepening democracy through ward committees, public participation process, integrated development planning. Communities have been given a platform to shape the development strategy of their areas. This has been a critical pillar in building an active and participatory democracy. However, Honorable Chair and members of the NCOP, our reflection must be honest and balanced. Despite notable progress, the journey towards social justice remains incomplete. Many municipalities continue to face significant challenges, including infrastructure backlog, rapid urbanization, growing pressures on migration, and climate change. These dynamics place immense strain on already limited resources and often outpace the ability of municipality to respond effectively. Service delivery protests, community dissatisfaction, and governance failures in some areas remind us that access to service is not yet universal, and the quality and reliability of those services remain uneven. Capacity constraints, financial sustainability issues, and weaknesses in planning and implementation continue to hinder the full realization of developmental local government. Moreover, spatial economic and social inequality remain deeply entrenched. The legacy of apartheid spatial planning continues to shape our cities and towns, often excluding the most vulnerable from economic opportunities and essential services. These challenges call not for despair, but for renewal commitment. Social justice cannot be achieved by government alone. It requires a partnership between the state and its people. Active citizenship is not a slogan, it is a necessity. Communities must not only be recipients of services, but active participants in governance, holding institutions accountable while also contributing to solutions. We must strengthen platforms for meaningful community participation, ensuring that the voices are not only heard, but that they influence decisions. We must build trust between government and communities through transparency, responsiveness, and consistent engagement. At the same time, Chair, there is need for stronger intergovernmental collaboration. National and provincial governments must continue to support municipalities with the resources, capacity, and policy coherence required to fulfill their mandate. Social justice is a shared responsibility across all spheres of government. As SALGA, we remain committed to supporting maintaining governance, improving service delivery, and enhancing the ability to respond to complex social dynamics, including migration, urbanization, and climate change. We will continue to advocate for a local government system that is adequately resourced, empowered, and capable of driving inclusive development. In this regard, Chair Salga lobbied for the view of the local government policy framework for the local government white paper, which is underway, the review of the key local government legislation, which is also underway, the review of the funding framework of local government, the review of the country disaster management framework, which is also underway, the review of the country migration and refugee management policy, which is also underway, the review of the Prevention of Illegal Eviction from Unlawful Occupation of Land Act, which is also underway. All the above have caused cumulative difficulties for municipality in the first 30 years of our democracy. Parliament must ensure that the outcomes of these reviews address the binding constraints that these have put on municipalities over the years. Honorable members and chair, the past 30 years have shown us what is possible when we are guided by a progressive constitution and a shared vision for justice. The road traversed has not been without obstacles, but it has laid a foundation upon which we can build. The task before us is to deepen that foundation to ensure that social justice is not an aspiration, but a lived reality for all who call South Africa home. Let us move forward together, government and people, committed to building communities that are equitable, inclusive, and resilient. In doing so, we will not only honor the spirit of our constitution, but will strengthen the very fabric of our democracy. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Mkhoje, for presenting Salga so well. We agree that everything is underway, but let us implement what is there now. All right, thank you, Councillor Mkhoje. The next speaker on the podium, on the platform, is going to be Honorable Zulu Makeba. Over to you for the next 8 minutes.
Thank you very much, House Chairperson, Honorable Raida.
Makeba, the head of.
My apologies, Honorable Khatebe.
You cannot, the head of, please, yeah. Thank you.
But this is how we dress in the MK, Honorable House Chairperson.
It's fine.
Yeah, no, thank you so much, Honorable House Chairperson. Now that we have seen my handsome face, with your permission, may I remove my video due to limited connectivity, please?
All right, agreed.
Thank you so much for consideration. House Chairperson, 32 years ago, South Africans voted in the first democratic elections, laying the foundation for a constitutional order grounded in dignity, equality, and freedom. The expectation was clear that political liberation would be followed by material transformation, a decisive break from the structural inequalities of apartheid. 3 decades later, that promise remains only partially fulfilled. South Africa today remains one of the most unequal societies in the world. Youth unemployment is persistently above 40%, and millions of young people remain excluded from the economy. Basic service delivery continues to decline across municipalities, with recurring failures in water provision, electricity supply, and sanitation. Violent crime remains entrenched, and communities across the country feeling increasingly unsafe. These are not isolated challenges. They reflect systemic failure, a constitutional state that has not delivered social justice. The Constitution guarantees socio-economic rights, including access to housing, healthcare, education, and social security. These provisions were intended to fundamentally transform society and redress historical justices. However, the evidence saw a widening gap between constitutional guarantees and lived reality. Informal settlement continued to expand, public healthcare facilities are overburdened, education outcomes remain deeply unequal. Access to justice is uneven. While the legal framework exists, implementation has been inconsistent, underfunded, and poorly managed. These trends demonstrate that the state is losing its ability to deliver on its constitutional mandate. Governance failures and weak accountability, irregular expenditure and weak financial controls, poor consequence management, oversight findings not implemented. The results is essentially where problems are identified, reports are produced, but little changes on the ground. They failed to shift the power to transform the economy. A central objective of democratic constitutionalism was to redistribute power and opportunity. On the 27th of April 1994, Honorable House Chairperson, millions of our people stood in long queues, some for the first time in their lives, to cast a vote. They voted not just for a party, but for dignity, for freedom of movement, for a government that would serve, not rule. That was the promise of Freedom Day. 32 years later, we must ask ourselves, what does freedom mean to a mother in Embalenhle who still fetches water from a communal tap? What does it mean to a young person in Govenberg who cannot cross the border to trade because home affairs systems are offline? What does it mean to a communities where service delivery has collapsed, yet corruption at ports of entry continuously unchecked? The people of this country did not vote for the tenders and the excuses. They voted for freedom, freedom of life, safely, freedom to trade, freedom to be treated with dignity by the state. Because until the child is in Musina has the same opportunities as the child in Senti, our work is not done. I thank you, Honorable Chairperson.
Thank you, Makeba. The next speaker is going to be Honorable Adriansi, because from the latest, it looks like they have some swap with Honorable Farmer. Honorable Adriansi.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you, Honourable House Chair.
Oh.
With permission, if my signal goes, I would like to just remove my video, but let's try.
All right. Okay.
Thank you. Honourable House Chairperson, Ministers, MECs, members, fellow South Africans. On the 27th of April, 1994, South Africa held its breath and then chose hope over fear. From every corner of our country, for the very first time, millions stepped forward, side by side, into history. Ordinary people stood in exceptional lines, united, not by race or past, but by one powerful act, the right to vote. One nation, one purpose, one vote. It was more than an election. It was a declaration of dignity. As Nelson Mandela said on that historic day, our hearts beat as one as we renew our common loyalty to our country and our commitment to its future. That moment gave birth to our constitutional democracy, a promise of dignity, equality, and freedom for all. However, today we must ask a difficult question. What does freedom mean in the daily lives of our people 30 years later? Because freedom is not just the absence of oppression. As Franklin D. Roosevelt warned, people who are hungry and out of a job are the stuff of which dictatorships are made. So can we truly say we are free when a mother cannot feed a child, when a young person cannot find work, when communities live surrounded by sewer, crime and decay? Political freedom without economic opportunity is freedom only in name, but not in reality. A right without the means to exercise it is a right without power. The vision we must pursue is clear: an open opportunity society for all, where every South African has the chance to live, work, and thrive with dignity. Talent without opportunity, Honourable Chairperson, is merely unrealized potential. Because freedom must be felt, not just promised. It must be felt in a job that restores dignity, a school that unlocks potential, a clinic that delivers care, and a community that is safe and functional. Yet, too many South Africans experience the opposite. Failing local governments, collapsing infrastructure, and a state that too often serves the connected few instead of the people, as was clearly witnessed the past week in Matlosana. And this is where the real battle for freedom lies. Not in speeches, but in service delivery. Not in slogans, but in accountability. The government does not grant freedom. Government is entrusted with the responsibility to enable freedom. Every rand collected from taxpayers belongs to the people and must be spent in their interest. Every official holds an office not for power, but for service. And every failure must carry consequences, because without accountability, freedom erodes. 30 years into our democracy, we must be honest. We have achieved political liberation, but we have not yet secured real freedom for all. Luckily, all is not lost. The next 30 years can be different if we fix local government, if we replace cadre deployment with merit and capability, if we build an economy that creates jobs, not dependency, if we restore law and order so that communities are safe again. When people work, they gain independence and confidence. When communities function, dignity is restored. And when government is accountable, trust is rebuilt. Let us remember, freedom is not a favor from the state. It is a right that must be protected, expanded, and made real. In the words of Nelson Mandela, yet again, freedom is not merely to cast off one's chains, but to live in a way that respects and enhances the freedom of others. That is the task before us, not to celebrate freedom in words, but to deliver freedom in reality. What we do next will define the next 30 years. Let us make the next 30 years count, starting now, today. I thank you, Honourable House Chairperson.
Thank you, Honourable Andranse from Koni Pirima. The next speaker on the visual platform is Honourable Farmer from the Western Cape.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. I hope I'm audible enough and you can see me. Can I now see the video, please?
Yes.
Thank you, Chairperson. Honorable Chairperson, honorable members, I greet you in the name of Jesus Christ, our Lord and Savior. We reflect on 30 years of democratic constitutionalism, 30 years since South Africans stood in long lines, not just to vote, but to reclaim their dignity, their voice, and their rightful place in this country. Freedom Day is not only a celebration, it is also a moment of honest reflection. Because while our constitution remains one of the most progressive in the world, the question we must ask is this: has freedom translated into lived reality for all our people? The Patriotic Alliance believes that true freedom must be measured not in policy, but in people's daily lives. Chairperson, yes, we have made progress. We have built democratic institutions. We have expanded access to housing, education, and social protection. We have entrenched rights that protect every South African, but at the same time, we must acknowledge that social justice remains uneven, and in many communities it remains out of reach. For too many South Africans, freedom has not meant safety in their communities. It has not meant access to meaningful economic opportunities. It has not meant quality education that leads to employment. And it has not meant dignified living conditions. 30 years later, many of our people are still asking, where is the freedom we were promised? Honorable Chairperson, the Constitution provides the framework, but it is implementation that gives it life. And this is where the Patriotic Alliance is clear. We must move from promises to delivery, from rights on paper to rights in practice. Social justice must mean that the young person in Mitchell's Plain, in El Dorado Park, in rural provinces, has a real chance at employment, not just hope. That communities plagued by crime can live without fear, knowing that law enforcement is present, effective, and accountable. That local government works, delivering water, sanitation, and housing with urgency and competence. Honorable Chairperson, one of the greatest threats to social justice is not only inequality, it is exclusion. Too many communities, particularly colored and working class communities, continue to feel that they are left out of economic participation and national focus. The Patriotic Alliance stands firm on this. No community must feel forgotten in a democratic South Africa. Social justice must be inclusive. It must reach every community, every household, and every citizen. Chairperson, we must also speak about accountability. Because without accountability, constitutional rights lose their meaning. When service delivery fails, there must be consequences. When public funds are misused, there must be consequences. When communities are neglected, there must be consequences. This is how we protect democracy, not only through laws, but through action and accountability. Chairperson, as we reflect on the road we have traversed, we must also look forward. The next phase of our democracy must be defined by stronger local governance, inclusive economic growth, safer communities, and a renewed commitment to ethical leadership. The Patriotic Alliance is committed to a South Africa where freedom is not theoretical, justice is not selective, and opportunity is not limited to a few. Chairperson, the struggle for freedom did not end in 1994. It evolved. Today, the struggle is to ensure that every South African can say, I am free, not only in law, but in my daily life. Let us honor the past, but more importantly, let us deliver for the present. Because the true test of our constitutional democracy is whether it improves the lives of our people. Salute.
Thank you, Honorable Farmer, for your input. The next speaker on the platform is going to be Honorable Mudupe from the Northwest African National Congress.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair, honorable members on the platform, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Honorable Chairperson, on the 27th of April, 1994, something extraordinary happened. Millions of South Africans, black and white, young and old, from bustling township to the quiet rural homestead, stood in long queues under the open sky, and for the very first time cast their votes as equal citizens of free and democratic republic. The world watched in awe that singular historic moment, the long bow of our liberation struggle bent decisively towards justice. Today, as we gather in the house to mark Freedom Day, we do not merely to celebrate the past, but to renew our commitment to the ideal that gave birth to our democracy and to account faithfully to the people we serve. The Freedom Charter, adopted in Kliptown in 1955, declared with unwavering conviction that South Africa belonged to all who lives in it, black and white. It was not merely a political manifesto, it was a covenant, a solemn promise made by people to themselves. When we adopted the Constitution of South Africa, Republic of South Africa in 1996, and the Bill of Rights came into full effect, the Freedom Charter found its highest legal expression. The Constitution is, in the most profound sense, the Freedom Charter in a legal form, translated from the language of aspiration into the language of enforceable rights. Honorable members, let us look plainly at where we come from and where we are today. In 1994, South Africa was a country of staggering racial inequality in every dimension of material life. Access to pipe water, electricity, housing, healthcare was overwhelmingly the preserve of the white minority. Today, according to State South Africa, approximately 89% of our residents have access to water, 84% to sanitation, and 90% to electricity. Over 8.3 million households have been connected to electricity grid since 1994. Households that previously cooked over open fire and studied by candlelight have got access to safely managed water and have got access to electricity. And access to safely managed water has grown consistently with continued investment in rural communities where legacy of apartheid, deliberate development was most severe. Honorable Chair, the ANC-led government has provided housing opportunities since 1994, including more RDP, brick and mortar homes, built not as a favor to poor, but as a constitutional obligation. A mother raising her children in dignified home with a roof that does not leak and a door that locks. It is a living proof that the Bill of Rights is not merely a word on parchment or health. On health, our record is no less significant. South Africa runs what today is the largest antiretroviral treatment program in the world, with people on treatment. Of those on treatment tested for viral load suppression, approximately 92% are viral suppressed, meaning they are living longer, healthier lives. Free healthcare is provided for pregnant women, children under 6, and indigent communities. The National School Nutrition Program feeds millions of learners every single day. There are no statistics. They are not just statistics, but they are human lives saved, family kept intact, future made possible. We must be direct about something in this House, Honorable Chair. There are narratives being circulated at political rallies, even some members just raised in this August House, in certain media and in the corridors of those who have benefited most from democratic South Africa, that nothing has changed and that 30 years of democracy have yielded nothing of substance. We must seek to reject that narrative firmly and categorically. It is not only false, but also deliberate, designed to demoralize our people, to erase their gains, and to obscure the agenda of those who would reserve the transformation and that millions sacrificed for. More troubling still is in coordinated campaign to frustrate, delay, and undermine the very legislative instrument through which the ANC-led government seek to advance social justice. The National Health Insurance Act represents one of the most ambitious and necessary transformation of our healthcare system since 1994. It seeks to achieve universal health coverage so that no South African is denied quality healthcare simply because they cannot afford. This is not a radical idea. This is a constitutional right. Section 27 of our Constitution guarantees everyone the right of access to healthcare service. The NHI is the legislative mechanism to make the right real. Those who oppose it, who flood courts with legal challenges and wage media campaign of fear and misinformation are not defending the Constitution. They are defending a two-tiered healthcare system in which health determines whether you live or die. Honorable Chair, similarly, the Basic Education Law Amendment Act, which is BILA, is an instrument for equality and inclusion. It was passed by a constitutional majority in the National Assembly. It opens the door of learning wider. It ensures that schools' admission and language policy cannot be used as subtle instrument of exclusion and segregation. Opposition to the BILA Act is not a defense of parental right. It is a defense of privilege. It is an attempt to use language of right to entrench the very inequality that the Constitution was designed to dismantle. We call on all South Africans and all political parties represented in this House to choose the path of transformation over abstraction. The curve of our Constitution bent towards justice. We will not allow it to be bent back. Honorable Chairperson, honesty and credibility require that we also speak directly about governance challenges that have marked portion of our democratic journey. The era of state capture was a dark and a painful chapter in South Africa democracy. The system looting of states' resources, the undermining of oversight institutions, the manipulation of state-owned enterprise were not abstract constitutional violence. They were felt in broken clinics, unfixed roads, undelivered houses, unpaid social workers, all that Honorable Zulu have just mentioned. The Zondo Commission of Inquiry, the largest such inquiry in our country history, laid bare the extent of state capture in 6 parts, 5,000-page report. It found unequivocal that state capture took place on extensive scale. The ANC under President Ramaphosa leadership must be credited with establishing that very commission, receiving its finding and committing the government to implementing its 353 recommendations. I thought you will applaud for me, Honorable Chair. As we celebrate 30 years of our Constitution, as we celebrate 30 years of our Constitution, we must be candid about something that the ANC has always been honest about. That the National Democratic Revolution is an incomplete process. Political liberation in 1994 was a monumental and irreversible gain, but political freedom alone cannot resolve the national question, Honorable Arianze. The national question, the enduring legacy of colonialism and apartheid in form of land dispossession, economic exclusion, spatial inequality, and dehumanization of majority has not yet been fully resolved. The NDR vision is ambiguous. A united, democratic, non-racial, non-sexist, and prosperous society that leaves no one behind. These are just not mere slogans. They are pillars and unfinished revolution that continues to animate the work of government and this parliament. Non-racialism demands that we continue to dismantle structural behavior barriers to opportunity. Non-sexist demand that constitutional promise of gender equality be felt in lives of women and girls, particularly the most vulnerable. Prosperity demand that we confront the triple challenges of unemployment, poverty, and inequality with boldness and agency. And leaving no one behind, demand that every policy we pass, every budget we appropriate, and every law we debate in this chamber be tested against the question, does this advance the condition of life for those who have the least? The work is not done. The Constitution gives us a framework, the Freedom Charter gives us a vision, the NDR gives us direction, and the ANC-led government gives us a commitment. Therefore, I urge members of this society to continuously vote the African National Congress, so as we are able to achieve all this that I have just mentioned. As I conclude, Honorable Speaker, let me speak directly to the people of South Africa, to the grandmothers in the Northwest who fought for democracy, to the young persons in Burulelo Township, who has born free but who still feels the weight of inherited inequality, to the workers in Rustenburg whose dignity depends on state that keeps its promises. We say to you, the Constitution belonged to you. It was given in your name. Its Bill of Rights was drafted as a shield against violence of exclusion and cruelty of indifference. 30 years on the foundation is stronger than it has ever been. The road ahead is long. The work is hard, but this democracy, imperfect, contested, and alive, is your greatest inheritance and your most powerful instrument. We'll defend it, we will deepen it, and will not allow it to be taken back. Amandla.
Thank you, Honorable Mudipu. I think it was your colleagues who were supposed to cheer you up. The next speaker on the visual platform is Honorable Bosman from Western Cape, the Cape of Storms. Over to you, sir, for the next 10 minutes.
Thank you very much, Honorable House Chairperson.
Can you show your face and then you can turn off the mic, the video?
I'm not sure.
All right.
Are you able to
Then
see my
we
face?
know. Sure. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Honorable Chairperson, members of the House, and fellow citizens. 3 decades ago, as the shadow of apartheid's long nightmare receded, our nation confronted a monumental choice. Would we remain mired in the trenches of our divided past, or would we dare to imagine a future built on the bedrock of dignity, equality, and freedom for all? With the adoption of our transformative Constitution in 1996, we chose hope over fear. We chose to forge a new identity anchored not in the wounds of yesteryear, but in the audacity of our shared aspirations. We etched into the very foundation of our republic a revolutionary creed that every South African, irrespective of race, gender, belief, or station, is born free and equal in inalienable rights and worth. On this anniversary of that defining moment, the Democratic Alliance renews our sacred vow to the enduring values of constitutionalism. For us, this is not merely a ceremonial remembrance. It is a clarion call to rededicate ourselves to the demanding work of breathing life into the Constitution's lofty ideals. As the data unequivocally shows, the failures of governance over the last 3 decades have left the promise of 1996 painfully unfulfilled for the millions still shackled by poverty, joblessness, and exclusion. In the townships like Khayelitsha, Gugulethu, and Nyanga, right here in the Western Cape, the Constitution's guarantees of housing, healthcare, education, and social security remain a hollow abstraction, drowned out by the dehumanizing din of their daily struggles. From the squalid streets of Paarl East to the derelict classrooms of Philippi, from the overwhelmed clinics in Mitchell's Plain to the heartbreak of squatter camps sprawling across the Cape Flats, the gulf between our constitutional aspirations and the lived reality of far too many in our province serves as a searing indictment of the status quo. This devastating chasm between constitutional aspiration and lived experience is not just a political indictment. It is a searing moral injunction demanding unwavering resolve from all who claim the mantle of leadership. For the DA, that resolve is embedded in our unwavering commitment to the values of freedom, fairness, and opportunity, and diversity, and in our core belief that it is only by unlocking the boundless potential of every individual that we can build a society of shared prosperity. This is why we have waged an unrelenting war on the cancer of corruption, which siphons precious resources away from the mouths of the destitute. It is why we are obsessed with building an environment conducive to job creation and empowering entrepreneurs, from the tech hubs of Woodstock to the agri-processing plants of Paarl. It is why we will never compromise on our non-negotiable commitment to delivering quality services, be it keeping the taps running in Delft, collecting refuse in Umfuleni, or ensuring our clinics in Khayelitsha are stocked with medicine. It is why we advocate tirelessly for a world-class education for every child, from Manenberg to Mossel Bay, as the master key to a life of agency and upward mobility. These are the metrics by which we must measure our fidelity to the Constitution and its resounding pledge to improve the quality of life for all of our citizens. Yet as much as we have fallen short, let us also reflect on how far we have come. Who would have imagined in the darkest days of our history, within the span of a generation, we would erect a vibrant constitutional democracy on the ashes of a system premised on the denial of human dignity? That achievement lives on in the cacophonous symphony of voices that ring out in our public squares, the orderly lines of citizens that snake around our voting stations from Sea Point to Stellenbosch, the landmark rulings that emanate from the chambers of our Constitutional Court, tangible testaments to our young nation's determined march into the light. But we dare not rest on these laurels. The threats to our constitutional order are legion and unrelenting. The siren song of populist division, cancerous network of grafts and patronage, the unseen wounds of an unequal society, if unmet, these perils will inexorably corrode the foundations of our democracy. To safeguard the inviolability of our Constitution and the institutions that bring it to life, our independent judiciary, free press, robust civil society, that demands our eternal vigilance and valiant resistance against any who would chip away at the autonomy and vibrancy of our democracy. This is the solemn duty the Democratic Alliance proudly shoulders. 30 years ago, the generation of 1996 bequeathed us a constitution that remains our lodestar, the purest expression of our collective hopes, ideals, and values. Now we, the custodians of their legacy, must bring to life the South Africa it envisaged. A South Africa where your circumstances at birth do not dictate the arc of your destiny. Whether you first drew breath in the plush suburbs of Constantia or the windswept expanses of Dunoon, where the content of your character, not the color of your skin, determines how far you rise. Where hope, opportunity, and the chance for a better tomorrow is the lived reality for every family, from Stanford to Saldanha, Mpal to Plettenberg Bay. To reach that horizon will demand more than lofty words. It will require rolling up our sleeves for the long, hard climb ahead, one step at a time, hand in hand with the Constitution as our guide and unity as our strength. On this milestone Freedom Day and Freedom Month, let us draw inspiration from the eternal words etched in that sacred document's preamble. We, the people of South Africa, believe that South Africa belongs to all who live in it, united in our diversity. May that be our national hymn as we embark on the next phase of our improbable journey towards a society of true freedom, genuine fairness, and horizonless opportunity for all. It is nothing less than the demand of our history, the duty of our generation, and the unshakable promise to the Constitution we celebrate today. I thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Bosman. The next speaker on the visual platform is Honorable Peter.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Please, Chair, can you assist me so that I can switch my video?
Yes, you can.
Thank you so much, Honorable Chair. Mhlali ngaphambili ndivumele ukuba ndichubele isikhwebi umlisela nomthinjala woMzantsi Afrika ngobukhoboka bendlu emnyama ngexesha lokucalucalulo. Mhlali uhlelo ndawonye nale ndlu yowiso-mthetho lwamaphondo kubemi bonke boMzantsi Afrika uphela, manditsho ndithi halala mawethu ngawo lo umhla wenkululeko. Asinalo nakanye igunya longawubhiyozeli. Mhlali ngaphambili mandichubele umlisela nomthinjana ngesi sikhwebu kuthi kanti sebaphoswayo ziintsomi zoomakhulu. Ukuthotyelwa phantsi kwebala elintsundu nokuxhatshazwa kwebala elimnyama ndawonye namalungelo okuphila. Mhlali ngaphambili kumelezekile siwubhiyozele lo mhla kuba Mhla isidima somntu ontsundu saqala ukuvela ngentlonto. Sasingamakhoboka, sasibulawa singenazwi lokuthetha, singenazinkundla zisimeleyo, sibulawa ngokungenalusini ngenxa yebala, sifakwe ezintolongweni ngenxa yebala elimnyama. Sasingenalizwi, sasingenamthetheleli, sasingenandlela singamelwa ngayo, neenkundla zazivulelwa ibala elimnyama. Masitsho mhlali ngaphambili sithi, ngawo lo mhla kulapho umzontsundu waxhamla khona, kulapho umzontsundu wayebizwa ngamagama mhlali ngaphambili. Sasibizwa ngamagama angoBhoboyan, sasibizwa ngamagama angoKafile, sasibizwa ngamagama ezinto zonke singenamthetheleli mhlali ngaphambili. Ndiyafuna ukuthi mhlali ngaphambili xa ndiwuvala lo msele manditsho ndithi vula amehlo Mzantsi Afrika, zonke ezi zinto zingasitheli kumehlo akho wazi apho usuka khona. Masingafani nohili ezimele ezingqongolweni. Namhlanje sisepalamente, ubani owayesazi, sizwe simnyama, hlanganani indele ndlela. Bayaphi ooBhoboyan, bayaphi ooKafir, bayaphi ooBas John, bayaphi ooJane. Xa kunjalo, sayaphi isizwe esasibhukuqwa, zayaphi iintloko zabaninzi ezingazange zafunyanwa nanamhlanje. Abanye basalila isidwili. Mhlali ngaphambili xa nisenza i-conclusion kule meko sikuyo namhlanje, umhla we-27 kaApril awukho uMzantsi Afrika ongenawukhumbula ukuba sasiphi isidima sabantu abamnyama. In conclusion, ke Chair, South Africa was not liberated freely. Blood spillages, life spillages costed many South Africans. Where is Kisani today? Where is Parom Konto today? Where is Solomon Mashangu today? Let's celebrate this day because of the bloodshed of 1990 and other years from 1985. Mhlali ngaphambili ndifuna ukuthi masiwukhumbuze umzi omnyama, masibakhumbule abantu bethu abemkayo. Iintloko zootata uhintsa ziphi namhlanje? Sekhe sazilanda na? Ziphi iintloko zeenkosi? Ziphi izidima zeenkosi? Ngoba zazilwela eli lizwe. Xa ndisenza i-conclusion, sihlalo ndivala, manditsho ndithi sihlalo, namhlanje si-UDM siyawubhiyazela umhla we-27 ngoba mhla kwabuya isidima somntu omnyama. Enkosi sihlalo.
Thank you, Honorable Peter, for your input. The next speaker on the platform is going to be Honorable Governor, the Deputy Chair of the Council from KZN.
Thank you very much, Honorable House Chairperson. Greetings to the ministers and deputy ministers who are present, honorable members, distinguished guests. Former Chief Justice of South Africa, Justice Pius Langa, has asserted that the underpinning objective of South Africa's constitution is intrinsically linked to the country's transformation agenda. In his reference to the post-amble in the interim constitution, Justice Langa asserts that the underlying imperative of South Africa's constitution is to provide, and I quote, a historic bridge between the past of a deeply divided society characterized by strife, conflict, untold suffering, and injustice, and a future founded on the recognition of human rights, democracy, a peaceful coexistence, and development opportunities for all South Africans, irrespective of color, race, class, belief, or sex, unquote. Honorable House Chairperson, as we mark 30 years of democratic constitutionalism, we must move beyond celebration and confront the fundamental question, are we truly free? Are we free when women and children live in fear of gender-based violence? Are we free when communities are terrorized by murder and violent crime? Are we free when corruption robs the poor and rewards the connected? We have political freedom, but we have not achieved economic freedom. And can we honestly claim freedom when economic prosperity is reserved for a few, while the majority are left behind? Just a week ago, our nation was shaken by the brutal murder of 7 members of one family in Newark, near Stanger in KwaZulu-Natal. This was not just a crime. It was a brutal reminder that for many South Africans, freedom does not include safety. The Inkatha Freedom Party was outraged by the level of brutality visited upon this family that was shot and stabbed to death, with one member raped and their bodies thrown in the bush. On behalf of the NCOP, I convey deepest sympathies to the extended families, friends, and communities of KwaDugusa. The IFP commends the swift response of the South African Police Services, led by Acting Deputy Provincial Commissioner, Major General Anthony Gopal, in apprehending 3 of the perpetrators within a few hours. I also commend the Premier of KwaZulu-Natal, Honorable A.T. Ntuli, for his decisive leadership in visiting the community and offering comfort to the family. Honorable members, we gather to honor the Constitution of 1996, a cornerstone of our democracy and a shield for the vulnerable. Yes, we have made progress in many areas. They do matter, but they are not enough. The truth is this: our constitutional ideals are not matched by the lived reality of our people. Millions still lack basic services. Youth unemployment has reached crisis level. Corruption continues to hollow out the state. Violence has become a daily reality. This is the contradiction of 30 years of democracy, a capable constitution that has been undermined by years of incapable governance. As the Inkatha Freedom Party, we know what true freedom means, and it cannot exist in theory alone. We must live it. IFP President, Honorable Valenkosi Slabisa, speaking at the IFP Freedom Day rally in Gauteng this past Monday, said to the huge gathering, and I quote, "Your hope and pain matters to us. We hear your frustration and see your struggle not as an afterthought, but rather urgent work for all members of the IFP," unquote. Honorable House Chairperson, the IFP does not merely diagnose problems. We present solutions also. Therefore, we call for visible and effective policing free of corruption. We demand specialized units to combat gender-based violence and a criminal justice system that delivers swift consequences for crimes committed. In addressing economic empowerment and sustainable jobs, we advocate for a pro-growth economy that supports small businesses, cuts red tape, and unlocks opportunities. Municipalities must become engines of local economic development, creating jobs where people live. Honorable House Chairperson, when people live in fear, when young people see no future, and when corruption goes unpunished, freedom is not merely weakened, it is betrayed. As the Inkatha Freedom Party, we believe that South Africans deserve better and government has a responsibility to deliver better. Freedom is not a gift handed down by government. It is a right that must be actively protected and fiercely defended. Let us not gather merely to commemorate freedom while our people suffer. Let us rise to restore it. Let us act to secure it. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Chairperson. The next speaker, we actually agree with you that the NCOP grieves with the family, with the people who lost their lives in Durban. The next speaker on the podium is going to be Honorable Press from the Eastern Cape.
Honorable House Chair, Honorable Minister, Honorable members, fellow South Africans, today we gather not merely to commemorate Freedom Day, but to assess what it truly means. We honor those who have suffered for justice and those who have sacrificed for freedom. We steadfastly believe that South Africa belongs to all who live in it, united in our diversity. We, as elected representatives of South Africans from all corners of the country, were sent to Parliament to heal the divisions of the past and to establish a society based on democratic values, social justice, and fundamental human rights. We were tasked with laying the foundation for democratic and open society in which government is based on the will of the people and where every citizen is equally protected by law. We are bound to improve the quality of life of all citizens and to free the potential of each person. to build a united and democratic South Africa, able to take its rightful place as a sovereign state in the family of nations. Fellow members, these are the words of the preamble to our Constitution, the exact words we swore an oath to uphold when we were inaugurated. Not only us, but also all the members of the past 6 administrations. It is fitting today that we ask difficult questions, questions that demand real answers and not more excuses, repetitive rhetoric, or glossy infomercials, such as we heard from some speakers today. We are once again called upon to bear the burden of a long struggle against the very common enemies of freedom and social justice, to wit, corruption, criminality, inequality, poverty, inadequate service delivery, and unemployment. These are the social justice battles of our time, and history will not judge us by what we said, but by what we did about them. In our hands rests the final success or failure of our course. Since the adoption of our Constitution, each administration has been summoned to give testimony to its loyalty to its oath of office, and measured against public opinion, did not fare well. Minister Kubai referred to the role of the judiciary in our democracy, but neglected to mention that progressively this very same judiciary made ruling upon ruling against the government, enforcing rights that the government was supposed to have upheld in the first instance, without judicial intervention being necessary. The public is still waiting for the recommendations of various commissions of inquiry, presided over by judges, such as the Zondo Commission, to be implemented and real action being taken. Honourable members, the lack of accountability and real consequences has led to an all-time high public trust deficit in our democratic institutions. Simply translated, the public does not trust democratic institutions, and that is an indictment against those who swore an oath to uphold democracy. Racial division and attacks on the judiciaries, as displayed by the Honourable Mampuru of the EFF today, goes against the spirit of the very oath that he swore to the Constitution. It is said that a fish rots from the head, in this case, the government's head. South Africans are demanding accountability, not tomorrow, but now. The public demands faster progress in holding corrupt individuals, public office bearers, and high-ranking officers accountable for the deliberate and undermining acts of the Constitution. More corrupt high-flyers should be transported in the back of prison trucks wearing orange overalls, not transported in black suits in blue light brigades. There should be real consequences for those responsible for state capture, for broad-based economic entitlement by swindling state funds as if it were a personal piggy bank, and crooks and criminals disguised in generals' uniforms. But all hope is not lost. Under the GNU in this 7th administration, we repair and we build, but the early signs of progress must translate into clear, measurable actions that benefit all South Africans. There is still a long road ahead of us to real freedom for all, and therefore, Freedom Day must not just be another event. It is a reminder of our responsibility as elected representatives. Until every South African can live in freedom, with fairness and opportunity in a safe and open society for all, our work is not yet done. I close with the paraphrased words of the song, "Freedom is coming tomorrow," from Sarafina. Maybe freedom is coming tomorrow. Get ready, mama. Prepare for your freedom. Maybe freedom is coming tomorrow. Get ready, mama. Prepare for your freedom one day. And until that day comes, this is our home, and we are here to stay. Mag die Here Suid-Afrika seën. I thank you, Nkosi.
Now, thank you, Honorable Press, for your input. The next speaker on the platform is going to be Honorable Nkoyana from the Eastern Cape too. Advocate Inkosi.
Hello, Chair. My apology. I've been trying, my councillors here from Parliament did actually put something to show my face. It looked like they have not succeeded. May I be permitted to just address without showing my face?
No, I can attest to that. They tried their level best.
Yes, thank you very much. Chairperson and permanent and special delegates of this August House, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, in addressing this August House today, I propose to deal with the issue of social justice and the road traversed reflecting on 30 years of democratic constitutionalism. 30 years into democracy, we are called upon not only to reflect, but to confront the structural realities that continue to define the lives of millions of South Africans. My comrades, led ably by the Honorable Minister, have located our journey within the framework of constitutional transformation. Then it falls upon all of us to interrogate and the material conditions of that transformation, how it has reshaped land, the economy, and spatial geography of our beloved country. Thank you, comrades, for telling no lies and claiming no easy victories. I now want to tell upfront, Chairperson, that as cadres of the African National Congress will not be deterred by myopic howlers who, some of them have spoken before me, have nothing to offer but to criticize the ANC government at every twist and turn. We are determined to pursue the national democratic revolution decreed to us by the heroes and heroines of our struggle, whose selfless sacrifices have delivered democracy we all enjoy today. In our vernacular language, it is said, izinja zikhonkotha imoto ehambayo mhlali ngaphambili, ziyichamele leyo imileyo. Because social justice is not just an abstract aspiration, it is measured in land ownership, in access to economic opportunity, in the dignity of work, and in the lived experience of the communities. On the question of land, this issue remains at the center of South African democratic project, especially if we are all to entertain a debate on social justice. We are cognizant that land dispossession that stripped Black South Africans of economic agency, displaced communities, and entrenched generational poverty. 30 years into democracy, we have made minimal progress in land restitution and redistribution, although several thousands of families have been considered for restitution. We must acknowledge that the pace has not matched the scale of the historical injustice suffered. The task before us is to accelerate land reform in a manner that is just, sustainable, and economically viable. Land reform must not only transfer ownership, it must unlock productivity, support emerging farmers, and ensure food security. We must move beyond viewing land as a passive asset and instead position it as a driver of inclusive growth and rural development. On the economic development, even today, the geography of our cities reflects exclusion. The poor remain on the periphery, far from economic opportunities, forced to spend a disproportionate share of their meager income from the haves on transport. The spatial injustice is a daily barrier to economic participation. The ANC has prioritized integrated human settlements, investment in public transport, and urban development that brings people closer to opportunities. But we must go further. We must fundamentally restructure our town planning to reverse apartheid spatial patterns. This includes, Chair, this densification of urban areas, affordable housing in well-located land. You will know, Honorable Chair, that the housing crisis confronting the city of Cape Town is there for us all to see, albeit we were told is one of the best cities. Indeed, you were sold a dummy by the DA. We need an expansion of reliable and safe public transport systems. It is not very sustainable to expect a productive workforce from employees who wake up 4 o'clock in the morning in order to commute to about 4:30 in the morning, only to arrive at work 8:30. Yet, we expect diligent and productive employees. Rural masses are worse off, as they need to travel in bad roads, using more often than not unroaded transport to access some services in rural towns, sometimes experiencing poor services as a direct result of the poor past we have inherited from the apartheid regime. We need to push for the establishment and development economic hubs in townships and rural areas, because social justice must be visible in the very layout of our communities. Honorable members, whilst our economy has grown in certain sectors, it has not grown inclusively enough. Too many South Africans remain excluded from meaningful participation. The democratic state has introduced key interventions: industrial policy, black economic empowerment, and support for small businesses. But the challenge now is to scale the impact. We must build an economy that creates jobs at the pace and scale required. This means supporting labor-intensive industries, expanding opportunities for youth employment, investing in infrastructure to stimulate growth, and strengthening partnership between public and private sectors. At the same time, we must confront concentration of ownership in key sectors of the economy. Economic transformation is not about exclusion. It is about broadening participation and ensuring that the wealth of this country is shared more equitably, as the Freedom Charter demands us to do. On the youth participation, Chair, the sustainability of our democracy depends on the prospects of our youth. My heart pains when I reflect on the state of the youth in our country. Today, we are not only faced with unemployment, but also faced with a growing threat of youth that is at the risk of being disengaged from the economy. Young people today face high levels of unemployment, graduates are sitting at home, and there are limited opportunities for employment. The situation needs us to respond decisively as lawmakers and drivers of policy. The ANC has a plan in place and has a vision for a brighter future for our youth. Government programs, therefore, aimed at youth employment, skills development, and entrepreneurship must be strengthened and better coordinated to yield actual results. We must ensure that the education and training system are aligned with the needs of the economy. But beyond policy, we have an urgent task to restore hope to the youth. A generation that loses faith in the future is a generation at risk of disengagement. Social justice requires that we place you young people at the center of our development agenda. On the issue of social justice is not only about material condition, it is also about building a cohesive society of South Africa and remain a nation marked by divisions, economic, racial, and social. We must actively work to build unity with respecting diversity. This requires, amongst other things, promoting dialogue and mutual understanding, addressing inequality as a source of division, strengthening community structures and social coordination. The ANC vision going forward is this, that the next phase of democracy must be characterized by accelerated economic transformation, deepened social justice, strengthening democratic institutions, and expanded opportunities for all. We must move with urgency, but also with discipline and focus. In conclusion, Chair, honorable members, 30 years ago, we inherited a divided and unequal society. Today, we have made undeniable progress, notwithstanding these young parties that are trying to speak today. But the work is far from complete, we know. And the struggle for social justice continues. It continues in our communities, in our economy, and in this very house. Let us recommit ourselves to the ideals of this Constitution. Let us act with purpose and dignity. Let us all follow the experience and examples of the African National Congress in its 3 decades in government. We are the only party with the necessary experience. The other parties that we actually co-opted in the last 2 or 3 years, they are trying to work, but they are struggling. They are falling on the wayside, making our own duties very, very difficult. But with the support of the struggling masses of South Africa, we are determined to deliver a better life for all. And let us all ensure that the next 30 years of democracy deliver even greater progress for all our people. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Nompanyana, for your input. Now I'll call the Minister of Justice and Constitutional Development to make her closing remarks. Over to you, Minister.
Thank you very much, House Chairperson. And thank you to members of Parliament and NCOP, provincial delegates, MECs, who participated in the debate, and including SALCA representatives who participated in the debate. I think as we reflect on this 30 years of our constitutional adoption, but also 32 years of our democracy, there are various things that we've got to be able to deal with, Chair. And I want to emphasize, when we speak about the Constitution and our constitutional democracy, we can't want to speak in 2 mouths. And we can't want to choose, cherry pick what suits us in the Constitution, apply it, and then what doesn't suit us. For example, Honorable Member says here that people deserve what they chose. For example, he's lambasting voters for making a constitutional choice of the party they want to lead this country. This is a constitutional right that many people has fought for. Now, you can't want to think that because your views are not correct, are not the same with the people that you are voting, and if you think that people have voted for a party that you don't think they should have voted for. But the question would be, what right gives you? Why do you think you have the ultimate right to tell that voter, this is a wrong vote? Because the Constitution guarantees them that freedom. The Constitution guarantees them that right to choose. And we must at all times protect this rights, Chair. We must at all times, even how uncomfortable it is, protect the principles of our Constitution. Because in that way, then we know We are sustaining our democracy. And I want to say, from the party I come from, many people never appreciate what the African National Congress does. The fact that in 2024, and I think one of the ministers in the GNU made reference to this, that in 2024, a governing party with majority lost its majority. But President Ramaphosa, in his wisdom, in leading that party, said South Africa is more important, said the stability of this country and what our forebears have laid their lives for is critical for us to sustain this democracy. And therefore, we shall not call for military interventions that like we see in other countries. We shall not call for protest to demand this government to remain. We shall not arrest opposition parties, but we will find a mechanisms to work with them in understanding that South Africa and the flag remains important. Our constitution remains the pillar of who we are. And that's what I want to say to honorable members. As public representatives, we've taken oath of office. And that's why the theme talks about the rule of law. We've taken oath of office to respect the constitution, the laws and policies of this country. Let's not cherry pick. When it suits us, this constitution is not suitable. When it suits us, we'll pick up what is more suitable. And I want to agree with the members who have debated here and said that we've traveled a journey, starting with MEC Maile, with Honorable Member Mananiso, who says we've traveled a journey as South Africa. We've been able to achieve certain things that we wanted to achieve, but there are weaknesses that still exist. That's what is important. Because as we reflect, if you look at the theme of the Constitution, it says 30 years of anniversary of the Constitution. One Constitution, one nation. Time for us to reflect, to renew, and recommit to the constitutional values. Now, as we reflect, our duty as public representatives is that where have we fallen short? How do we address those areas? But work together, irrespective of our political differences, in the interest of South Africa. House Chairperson, I want to flag the issue which I raised as well at the beginning, the issue of the cancer corruption. Now, if we look at what Madlanga Commission is taking out, what we are seeing in the public domain, it is President Ramaphosa in his wisdom that said we shall establish a commission. Now, members want to put mud on individuals when wrong has been done. I guess it's nature of people. But when good is being done, you don't applaud it. Because when it started, I remember the criticism, Chair. When that started and we were announcing the Madlanga Commission is going to do this, is going to do this, everybody was on the case of both the Justice Minister and the President. There they go with another committee. There they go with another. But we can safely say now that that commission is doing what is expected to do. And it's not out of an osmosis, Chair. We learned out of the failures of the past.
Note, Chair.
We built. So
note,
thank you very
Minister,
much for this. We really appreciate, Chair, the debate and looking forward and continue to say Happy Freedom Day to all South Africans and honorable members.
Malibongwe.
All right, thank you, Honorable Minister. I think that all the speakers here show that they are all patriots, né? And then what we just have to do is to rally all the South Africans behind the constitution of the country, the flag, the national anthem, and the coat of arms, and ensure all the eligible voters that they must go and register so that this democracy can be sustained. Thank you. Members, that concludes the debate. I wish to thank the Minister for availing herself for the debate. Thank you, Minister.
Thank you, Chair. Have a lovely afternoon.
Sure.
Thank you very much, Honorable House Chair Debe, for chairing that part of the session. And my thanks also to the Honorable Minister for availing herself. Honorable delegates, we now move on to the second subject for debate this afternoon. And the debate is on Workers' Day with the theme, workers' power, implications for work, and inequality in the digital age. It gives me pleasure now to call upon the Honorable Deputy Minister of Employment and Labour, the Honorable MJ Sabia, to open the debate. Honorable Deputy Minister, you have 20 minutes. Honorable Deputy Minister, your mic is muted. Can you please unmute? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson, honorable members of the National Council of Provinces, the delegates who are coming from provinces, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. As we conclude Freedom Month and move towards Workers' Day on the 1st of May, we are reminded that political freedom must always be dependent and deepened by economic transformation. Freedom without transformation of the workplace remains incomplete. It is within this continuum, Chair, that we reflect on the evolution of the labor market in South Africa and the legislative framework introduced to dismantle the legacy of colonial and apartheid labor exploitation. Honorable members, the South African labor market was historically constructed on racial capitalism. Under colonialism and apartheid, the majority of workers, particularly black workers, were excluded from skilled employment, confined to cheap labor and denied basic protection. The migrant labor system, passed laws, and racial segmented wage structures ensured that capital accumulation was sustained through systemic exploitation. The democratic breakthrough of 1994, led by the African National Congress under President Mandela, marked a decisive shift towards restructuring this inherited system through law, policy, and institutional reforms, in line with the objectives of the National Democratic Revolution. Honorable members, at the center of this transformation is the Labor Relations Act of 1995. This legislation fundamentally reconfigured workplace power relations by recognizing the right to collective bargaining, protecting the right to strike, and institutionalizing dispute resolution through the Commission for Reconciliation, Mediation, and Arbitration, which is known as CCMA. This has significantly reduced arbitrary dismissals and provided accessible mechanism for labor justice. The significance of Labor Relations Act of 1995 lies primarily in how it restructured industrial relations to align the democratic principles of fairness, participation, and accountability. By formally recognizing collective bargaining, the Act shifted workplace power away from unilateral employer control towards a more balanced system in which workers, through trade unions, could negotiate wages, working conditions, and broader employment terms. This marked a decisive break from the authoritarian labor practices of the apartheid era, where African workers in particular had limited bargaining power and weak legal protection. They were exploited, paid very low wages, which were never meant to change their lives for the better. Black African workers were treated like slaves. Nobody was there for them except themselves. In this sense, Chair, and the members, the Act did not merely regulate labor. It helped democratize the workplace by embedding negotiations and dialogue as central features of employment relations. Equally important is the Act's role in establishing accessible and institutional mechanisms for resolving labor disputes. The creation of the CCMA provided workers and employees and employers with an arbitration space where they can be able to resolve their matters relatively quick, low-cost alternative to the formal court system, significantly improving access to justice in labor matters. This has helped reduce unfair and arbitrary dismissals and encourage the peaceful resolutions of strikes, disputes through mediation rather than confrontation. Over the time, this has contributed to greater industrial stability and predictability in our labor market, making the Act a cornerstone of South Africa's post-apartheid socio-economic transformation. Indeed, Chairperson, the CCMA is one of those entities or institutions within our government that we should be proud of, all of us as South Africans. The entire world marvels at CCMA. It is used by many countries as a benchmark, and they flock to South Africa to learn from CCMA of good practice. Thanks to the government first administration under President Mandela, that established CCMA, and today we're very proud that CCMA is the only kind in Africa, in the entire continent, that you will find that does the same work that CCMA is doing. There is none other than CCMA. The Basic Condition of Employment Act further established minimum standards for working hours, leave, overtime, and employment conditions, providing a legal floor against exploitation across sectors of the economy. The Basic Condition of Employment Act, which is known as BCEA, plays a foundational role in South Africa's labor law framework by setting clear, enforceable minimum standards for employment. It regulates key aspects such as ordinary working hours, overtime pay, annual leave, sick leave, maternity leave, and notice periods for termination. By establishing these baseline protections, the Act ensures that all employees, regardless of their bargaining power or sector, are guaranteed a minimum level of fairness in their working conditions. This has been particularly important in addressing historical inequalities in the labor market, where many workers were previously subjected to excessively long hours, inadequate rest period, and limited access to formal leave benefits, which was very unfair. In practice, the BCEA has significantly strengthened labor regulations by reducing the scope of arbitrary employer behavior and creating mechanisms for enforcement through labor inspectors and the Department of Employment and Labor. It works alongside other key legislation such as Labor Relations Act and the Employment Equity Act to promote decent work and more equitable labor practices. By codifying essential employment rights, the Act not only protects vulnerable workers, but also contributes to more stable and predictable industrial relations, encouraging compliance and accountability within workplaces across the Republic and the private sector. The Employment Equity Act aims to tackle historical racial and gender disparities in the workplace by promoting representation and affirmative action. Although its implementation has varied, and we can assure members that we'll be ramping up the compliance on it as the Act. It's a very, very important Act that we must make sure that it is complied with by employers. It has helped gradually reduce racial barriers in skilled and managerial roles within the labor market. Within the ANC's philosophical orientation, the Act embodies its broader commitment to transformation and redress as outlined in key frameworks such as the Reconstruction and Development Program, RDP, and the National Development Plan, which is NDP. The ANC consistently maintains that labor market inequalities stem from apartheid legacy and require active government intervention to address and redress. Employment equity legislation is seen not just as a regulation, but as part of larger socio-economic strategy focused on achieving true equality, social justice, and making the economy more inclusive and representative of South Africa's demographic makeup at all levels. Honorable members, a critical pillar of labor transformation is the Occupational Health and Safety Act, which is OHS. This legislation places a legal duty on employers to ensure safe working environment and has been particularly significant in high-risk sectors such as agriculture, mining, and construction. It has strengthened accountability for workplace injuries, improved compliance standards, and reduced preventable occupational harm. These legislative interventions collectively represent a decisive break from apartheid labor relations, where workers and minimal protection and capital operated with near total impunity in determining working conditions in this country. The contemporary political significance of May Day originated from the labor movement of the 19th century, during which industrial workers faced an extended working hours and strenuous conditions. On May 1, 1886, widespread strikes occurred across the United States, advocating for an 8-hour workday, culminating in the Haymarket Affair, a violent incident precipitated by a bomb thrown during a protest. Subsequently, May 1 became an emblematic of workers' struggle and unity, and in 1889, the Second International formally designated it as an International Day of Labor. Since that day up until today, we know it.
Honorable Deputy Minister, I apologize for that interruption.
Again,
could I ask Honorable Paternos to please mute?
Thank you very much, Chair. The second international established in 1889 in Paris was an international coalition of socialist, labor and workers parties who came together in the true meaning of the saying that say basebenzi hlanganani. It united organizations from multiple nations to coordinate efforts towards improving workers' rights, including increasing wages, ensuring safer working environment, and ensuring political representation. One of its most enduring resolutions was to proclaim May 1 as International Workers' Day in commemoration of the fight for an 8-hour workday and the events associated with the Haymarket incident affair that happened in the United States of America. Honorable members, in South Africa, Workers' Day gained deeper political meaning through struggles such as the Durban strikes, which linked workplace resistance to the broader anti-apartheid struggle. Today, it stands as both a commemoration of sacrifice and a reminder of unfinished transformation, which we must continue and make sure that we complete the transformation agenda. The evolution of labor market must also be understood through its theoretical foundations. As Karl Marx observed, and I quote, he said, "Labor is the source of all wealth," and unquote. This insight underscores a fundamental truth. It is labor, not capital, Chair, that creates value in the economy. Similarly, the work of Eric Williams reminds us that capital has historically pursued labor wherever it is cheapest and most exploitable, shaping global economic systems around the extraction of surplus value. These insights continue to be relevant today as global capitalism keeps reshaping work through increased informal employment, insecure jobs, and efforts to reduce labor cost. In South Africa's rural economies, particularly in Overberg region in the Western Cape, including Hermanus, Bredasdorp, and Caledon farm workers continue to face seasonal insecurity, low and fluctuating wages, and uneven access to safe housing and occupational protection. These conditions reflect the persistence of historical patterns of labor vulnerability within the agricultural sector, even within a democratic dispensation. And we are working very hard, tirelessly, with inspectors in the Department of Employment and Labor to try and stop this scourge that we see happening, in particular in the agricultural sector. It can't continue, not in the democratic dispensation. In response, Chair, government has intensified enforcement of labor legislation through increased inspections, strengthened compliance with national minimum wage, and expanded occupational health and safety oversight in agricultural workplaces. In addition, social protection mechanisms such as unemployment insurance fund, which is UIF, and compensation systems for occupational injuries through compensation fund have been extended to improve coverage for seasonal and farm workers. These interventions are not incidental. They are part of the broader national democratic revolution, which seeks to transform the structure of the economy, de-racialize the labor market, and ensure that dignity of labor market is upheld in practice and not only in principle and theory. Workers' Day, therefore, remains a powerful reminder that the struggle for economic justice is ongoing. It continues. It calls on all of us to deepen enforcement, strengthen worker organization, and ensure that the gains of democracy translate to material improvements in the lives of all workers in this country. In the spirit of global labor struggle, we're reminded of the enduring truth articulated once again by Karl Marx that workers must ultimately be the authors of their own emancipation. In saying that, we must recognize the struggle of workers over the years. They fought gallantly, and they were very much up in the forefront of the struggles that they've made today. The gains that they've made that we see today are because of the struggles of workers. These gains were never for free. Many workers lost their lives. They were permanently disabled, fighting for their rights. That's why the struggle of workers goes to the center of the struggle for the liberation of this country. Workers understood that they must defeat the evil apartheid system to make their gains and achieve their victories. That's why they were mobilizing every day against the satanic system, which eventually collapsed and was defeated, and workers emerged victorious. The ANC government then in 1994 came in, then it did what everybody was expecting. The rights that we see today, all of them, it's because of the leadership of the ANC since 1994. Workers are protected today in this country. Workers in this country know that they've got their rights like not any country that you will find in this continent. Technological change, Chairperson, has always disrupted labor markets. And it is important to recognize both its productive potential and its socio-economic risk. During the Industrial Revolution, mechanization transformed production systems, but also displaced large numbers of workers, leading to urbanization and long-term labor restructuring. Today, similar structural shifts are being driven by artificial intelligence and digital automation. Empirical projections from institutions such as McKinsey and Company suggest that automation could significantly reshape global employment patterns, raising concerns about job displacement and economic inclusion. A key issue of the growing polarization of the labor market, Chair, historically, mixed skills occupations such as clerical, administrative, and routine technical work provided stable pathways into the middle class. However, digitalization is increasingly substituting this role with algorithmic systems and software-driven processes. Evidence from the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development indicates that a substantial proportion of existing jobs face a high automation risk, while many others will be significantly transformed. This raises an urgent question, Chair, that technological advancements does not deepen inequality and exclude large segment of the working population from meaningful participation. We can't afford to deepen inequalities further in our country, Chair. Companies such as Uber and Amazon have restructured work through flexible on-demand models that often falls outside traditional labor protection. While these platforms generate innovation and entry-level income opportunities, they also raise concern around job security, benefits, and collective bargaining rights that all workers in this country are guaranteed. As government, we are working hard and tirelessly to find best ways and meaningful regulations to deal with the concerns. A hybrid regulation might be coming to the fore to deal with the new kind of work that we see in our country and the world over as the working world is changing. These challenges existing labor framework design around permanent employment relationships and necessitates regulatory adaptation to protect workers in the evolving digital economy. Finally, Chair, the widening skills gap driven by technological change remains a central concern. The reality is that the nature of work is changing in the world, Chair. And as the country, we must adapt and adjust to these changes. We must move fast in making sure that these changes don't leave us behind. We must move with times, because if we don't move with times, times will leave us behind. A lot of work and effort is being put behind the scenes in making sure that as a country, we are not left behind. Considering interventions like reskilling and retraining of our workers for the future of work that is being shaped by the artificial intelligence and the technological advancement. This is aimed at protecting vulnerable workers. Ours is to make sure that our education system, as well as government in this country, must be able to respond to the changing nature of world and the changing nature of work in the world. The theory of skills-biased technological change explains how digital transformation increases demand for highly skilled labor while reducing opportunities for low and mid-skilled workers. This is especially relevant in developing economies where historical inequalities in education and training persist. The policy imperative is therefore to expand education, strengthen technical and vocational training, and invest in reskilling programs so that technological progress supports inclusive growth rather than reinforcing structural unemployment and inequality. As I conclude, Chair, I wish to assure everyone in this House that the Department of Employment and Labor and all its entities remain committed to translating practically all labor laws in this country. We're a country of laws, and we're going to continue our inspection and enforcement work to make sure that compliance is the order of the day in our country. No worker must be abused or exploited under our watch. Those who don't want to comply with our labor laws, we are saying to them, start by not complying, and start by not complying, then you'll see how expensive is non-compliance. But if you comply, then you'll see how cheap is compliance. It is our firm belief that labor laws contribute to bringing harmony at the workplace, and important, it also saves lives. We'll continue to creatively be looking for measures that mitigate against displacement of workers,
Minister,
so that the future of work is being crafted in the present. I thank you, Chairperson, and the members.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Minister, for introducing this important debate. We now move on to the next person to participate in this debate, and that's the Honorable Mabilo. Honorable Mabilo, you have 15 minutes.
Greetings to the Honorable Deputy Chair of the NCOP. Okay. Greetings to the NCOP Chair, the Deputy Minister of Labor and Employment, all the video. Let me switch on my video. Yes, all members on the platform, the MECs present. Yes. My video, I'm trying to switch it on.
You may continue, Honorable Mabilo. We did see your face earlier when we commenced with this debate, so you may continue.
Thank you. All the MECs present, all the special delegates of the council, and the public at large. Today, we gather to reflect on the profound significance of Workers' Day, a day that stands as a monument to the courage and resilience of organized working class in our country's historic national liberation struggle. This day reminds us of the sacrifices made by a generation of workers who, through collective struggle, laid the foundation for the rights, dignity, and freedom that we enjoy today. It is within this legacy that the African National Congress reaffirms its fundamental ties to the labor movement, a partnership that has been critical in challenging and dismantling apartheid's oppressive structures and in shaping our democratic future. Honorable Deputy Chair, the struggle against apartheid was not only a fight against national oppression, but against an economic system that brutally exploited workers, especially the Black workers, the Black women, through cheap labor and economic exclusion. The apartheid political economy entrenched poverty, inequality, and unemployment at levels that were deliberate and calculated to maintain white minority control and Black subjugation. African workers, in particular, Honorable Deputy Chair, bore the brunt of this dehumanization, prioritization process, forced into most hazardous and lowly paid jobs within the mining and agricultural sectors. This legacy of exploitation still lingers and continues to manifest in persistent inequalities and socio-economic challenges that the democratic government, led by the ANC, seeks to reverse through a process of empowerment and transformation. Honorable Deputy Chair, we must deliberate on the evolution of work itself, tracing its path from traditional agriculture to the surge of mining and industrialization, the rise of finalization, and finally to the systematic theft driven by digitalization through the microchip revolution. Each phase, Deputy Chair, has marked profound structural changes in the workplace, labor relations, and the economy at large. Industrialization, for example, fostered organized labor and mass employment, yet also sowed divisions and new vulnerabilities. Today, digitalization and the fourth industrial revolution present both unprecedented opportunities and daunting challenges for workers, society, and the state. Honorable Deputy Chair, the digital revolution is a double-edged sword. On one hand, it heralds possibilities for accelerated inclusive economic growth, innovation, and transformation. On the other hand, it carries the risk of structural displacement of workers, threatening to erode established labor protection and aggravate inequality. The emergence of the platform and gig economies is undermining the traditional employment relations, leading to rising precarious work with insecure contracts, lack of social protection, and worker vulnerability. The so-called standard employment contrast, once the cornerstone of workers' right and livelihood, is collapsing, exacerbating insecurity, especially for young people and women, as well as people with disabilities, and all the vulnerable groups that are marginalized in the labor market. This is a labor market which increasingly becomes globalized through e-commerce and call centers in many different parts of the world. These realities impose a responsibility on us, on the African National Congress as a liberation movement and democratic government, to ensure that the transformative power of digitalization is harnessed not to deepen inequality, but to promote inclusive growth and social justice. Central to this, Honorable Deputy Chair, is an imperative to reskill workers and gear our education system towards preparing the working class for the challenges and opportunities of the digital age. We must advance policies that empower workers to navigate and thrive in new technological environment rather than be left behind by them. Deputy Chair, our policy orientation guides the National Development Plan, which envisages a growing economy that supports job creation and reduces poverty and inequality comprehensively. Furthermore, the establishment of the Presidential Commission on the Fourth Industrial Revolution exemplifies our commitment to integrate and incorporate technological changes within a developmental state framework. This commission and its recommendation emphasize the need for multi-sectoral cooperation and innovative, combined with worker-centered policies and social dialogue to mitigate challenges and enhance gains. The institutional forum for such social dialogue in our country is NEDLAC, where government, business, and labor meet to negotiate and co-create solutions for the future of work. This platform is critical in ensuring that workers' voices are heard and that policies reflect shared interest and social justice imperatives. It is at NEDLAC where we adopt collective bargaining in the face of new economic realities such as gig and platform work environments, seeking to extend protection, benefits, and decent work conditions into these emerging sectors. Integral to workers' rights in the digital age are digital rights, aspects that we must consider not only as labor issues, but as human rights concerns. These include the right to disconnect from work after hours, data ownership and privacy, algorithmic fairness, and control over cloud-based services. As algorithms increasingly influence hiring, work allocation, and performance monitoring, fairness, transparency must be safeguarded to prevent new forms of discrimination and exploitation. Honorable Deputy Chair, the developmental state at the heart of this transformative agenda is to ensure equality and access and redress. in terms of the space itself. It must actively intervene through policy, investment, and regulation to ensure that digital transformation directly benefits working people and society in general. This involves financing infrastructure, supporting public technologies, incentivizing inclusive innovation, and protecting workers against exploitation in the new digital economy. The state's active involvement is indispensable to counterbalance market failures, internalization of commerce, and ensure that technology serves social and economic rights. Honorable Deputy Chair, the ANC's 55th National Conference concretely reaffirmed commitments endorsing resolutions that promote a digital economy conducive to inclusive economic growth. It recognized that workers' power in the digital age necessitates a strong state standing with labor, not only in principle, but through concrete policies that drive skilling, decent job, and social protection. The conference called for deepening alliances with labor and social movements to collectively confront challenges and realize opportunities in the digital era. At provincial level and local government level, the imperative to address workers' interests and equality through digitalization is equally urgent, Deputy Chair. Local government often interface directly with communities and workplaces, making them key actors in bridging digital divides and promoting equitable economic participation. Strengthening provincial and municipal capacities to support digital skills development, digital entrepreneurship, and access to digital infrastructure can foster inclusive growth and reduce regional disparities. Deputy Chair, let us also bear in mind that realizing workers' power today involves mobilizing unity across class and community lines. Workers must continue to organize and collectively defend their rights amidst changing economic conditions. The historic alliance between the ANC and organized labor remains a vital force in this regard, resolving challenges through joint struggle and inclusive design. Deputy Chair, as I conclude, in conclusion, Deputy Chair, Workers' Day calls upon us not simply to commemorate past victories, but to engage actively with the present and future challenges. The digital revolution is reshaping work, society at an unprecedented and rapid scale. To embrace the benefits and mitigate its harm, we must reaffirm our commitment to a just transition for workers anchored in skilling, social protection, participatory governance, and the developmental state's leadership. Workers' power in the digital age means a democratic and developmental state working hand in hand with labor and people at large to ensure that technical change translates into empowerment, inclusion, and shared prosperity. It is imperative that the challenges of poverty, inequality, and unemployment, and historic economic exclusion be reduced as we work through digital age. Finally, this is the promise of the African National Congress to stand resolutely with workers and all South Africans to drive transformation that uplifts lives and to forge a society where all can participate and prosper in the digital age. As we honor the legacy of those who came before us, let us pledge anew to carry their struggle forward by building a future where workers' power shapes a just, inclusive transformation and democratic society. We thank you. Amanda, thank you, Honorable Deputy Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mabilo, for your input in this debate. We shall now move on to the next participant in this debate, and that's the Honorable Boshoff, who has 7 minutes. Honorable Boshoff.
Honorable Deputy Chair, with your permission, I'd also like to switch off my video before I start. Thank you.
Thank you. You may do so. Thank you.
Honorable
Please
Chairperson,
continue.
Thank you. Honourable Chairperson, honourable members, honourable DM, fellow South Africans, good afternoon. South Africa stands at a dangerous crossroads. Millions remain locked out of work, while many who are employed face growing insecurity and weaker protections. We are witnessing a shift in who holds power in the world of work and in South Africa. That goes to the heart of dignity, opportunity, and economic inclusion. Because work in our country is never only about a payslip. It is about agency and the ability to build a future. The digital economy promised to widen opportunity. In some respects, it has. It has lowered barriers to entry and created income streams where none existed before. In a country burdened by deep unemployment, that matters. But beneath that opportunity lies a new concentration of power. Workers in the digital economy are often classified as independent contractors, and that determines whether they have protection, recourse, or none at all. Too often they carry the costs while the platform controls the terms. They are managed by algorithms. Work is allocated by systems that they cannot question, and access to income can be removed instantly, often without explanation. This clearly is not flexibility. It is control without accountability. If we fail to confront this, we risk creating a new layer of inequality, less visible but deeply entrenched. Honourable members, this shift in power raises an important question about representation. South Africa has a proud history of organised labour, advancing worker protections, but the nature of work is changing and representation must change with it. The issue is whether our systems are adapting quickly enough to include workers who fall outside traditional employment relationships. So the task is not to weaken worker voice, but to broaden it. But representation alone is not enough if access itself remains unequal. South Africa cannot speak about opportunity in the digital economy while access remains uneven and in many cases out of reach. For millions, the barriers are practical. Data costs are high, connectivity is inconsistent, particularly in rural and peri-urban communities, and access to devices is not guaranteed. These are structural constraints that determine who participates and who is excluded. When access is unequal, the digital economy does not level the playing field. It reinforces the divide. Because without affordable access, there is no platform work and no digital entrepreneurship. At the same time, access alone is not enough. A person may be connected but still excluded if the conditions of work remain insecure. As the digital economy expands, policy across government must evolve in a coordinated way to ensure that workers are not left without protection. This includes recognizing that the primary responsibility for worker protection rests with the Department of Employment and Labour, and that these protections must now evolve to reflect the realities of digital and platform-based work. Honourable Deputy Chair, our labour framework was designed for a different era, and that is no longer the reality. Today, more South Africans are participating in platform-based work, yet our regulatory frameworks have not kept pace. And when policy lags behind, power shifts away from workers. We must now ask ourselves a simple question. What must be done? We must interrogate worker classification, ensuring that rights are not determined by technical definitions that obscure the true nature of working conditions. We must ensure baseline protections in a way that balances fairness with innovation and growth. We must invest in skills and digital inclusion so that workers are able to move up the economic ladder. And critically, we must expand access to work itself. Too many South Africans still remain excluded from economic participation. If we are serious about workers' power, we must be equally serious about ensuring that more South Africans can enter the economy. An economy that protects a shrinking pool of insiders while millions remain outside is not a fair system. It is a closed one. Because workers' power is not only about protection within a job, it is also about access to work in the first place. South Africa cannot allow technology to modernize the economy while worker protections remain trapped in the past. The digital age can entrench inequality or expand inclusion. The outcome will depend on the choices we now make. So let us modernize our framework. Let us rebalance power. Let us ensure that no worker is left without a voice or protection. Deputy Chair, in closing, a society that works is one where work restores dignity, expands opportunity, and places power back where it belongs. And that is with the people of South Africa who we were elected to serve. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Bishop, for your input in this debate. We shall now move on to the next contributor, and that is the MEC of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs and Infrastructure Development from Gauteng, the Honorable Mamabolo, has 10 minutes.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Hoping that you can hear me. And
yes,
with
you are clear. You may continue.
Thank you very much. Let me close the camera. Firstly, let me, on behalf of Gauteng Province, which is led by our Honorable Premier Panyaza Lesufi, extend our warm greetings to all of you, but let me acknowledge the Honorable Deputy Minister and all the honorable members. I would like, Chair, to start by welcoming and appreciating the debate itself and its focus, and I would like to dedicate this to all the workers of our country, of our province. The debate on workers' power, implications for work, and inequality in the digital age, close quote. I think the Honorable Deputy Minister and Honorable Mabilu have without doubt traversed and covered good ground. I would like to appreciate the very good input by the Honorable Deputy Minister. Also, commend him for extensively quoting and basing his input on the most advanced revolutionary theory and practice of the workers, the Marxist-Leninist theory. I would like to salute him for that. Honorable members, as you will surely agree, our province, being the economic hub of the country, has a high concentration of workers and the working class, but also, of course, of capital. And our province continues to be the site of many struggles and class contestations, and of course, to the resolution of various contradictions that affect our people. And it is for this reason that our province also continues to offer opportunities and probabilities for a decisive advance, particularly to resolve those contradictions that the Deputy Minister and Honorable Mabilu have already referred to. those of inequalities of unemployment, and of course, of poverty. And it is for this reason that in our province, we will be joining the rest of the workers, led by our Premier, very passionate about the issues of the workers. We will be joining the workers to celebrate May Day, and of course the rest of the month. And would like to call on all the people of our province and the country to join the celebrations of May Day. Let us congratulate the workers of our country and the world for a decisive qualitative victory to ensure that May Day is recognized in our country and the world, and it's also celebrated here in our country as a public holiday. This victory is a victory of the workers, and would like to say to the workers that as we celebrate May Day, they should take their guidance from a very profound principle raised by Karl Marx Engels in the Communist Manifesto, calling for workers to unite. And was saying to the workers that only through unity, as they celebrate May Day, they will be able to reflect on their past struggles, on the setbacks, on the challenges, on the battles ahead. But we are quite confident that through unity, the workers will be able to confront and deal with the challenges that they definitely will face. We call on the House and on all honorable members to take this opportunity and the moment to remember all our martyrs, all the workers, all their leaders who died in the course of class struggle. May their soul continue to rest in eternal peace, and we shall not forget them, and let us build on the foundation they have solidly laid. Let me also say that the theme and the topic for this debate is correct to identify the whole question of the digital transformation, fourth industrial revolution, artificial intelligence, as challenges that faces the workers in the workplace as we move forward. We are quite confident as a province that workers firmly united will be able to wage triumphant battles and with victory being certain to make sure that this contradiction and this challenge is in the best interest of the workers and the people as a whole. It is for this reason that we call on the NCOP and all organs of the democratic state that when we engage, consider, debate, discuss any policy on digital transformation, on the fourth industrial revolution, on artificial intelligence, on the whole space of advanced technologies, we should at all times ensure that workers are consulted. We should at all material times ensure that the voice of the workers is heard. And we really want to appeal that workers should be extensively engaged on any policy directive that relate to the challenge of digital transformation. And it is for this reason that we say the unity of workers is important to deal with this very important contradiction. But consultation with the workers, and most importantly, consistent consultation with the workers is very much important. I would like also to just share with you, Chair and honorable members, that our Premier in the province has established a platform in the Executive Council to engage with the workers. The Premier consistently, together with members of the Executive Council, engages all discussions, consultations with the workers. I must also say that it is very commendable that in our province, led by the Premier, We also engage with workers in municipalities, led by organized unions, some were in Imatu, and to that extent, we make sure that we contribute to stability, to stable labor relations, and of course, to the well-being of workers, not only in the province, but also in our municipalities. And it is for this reason, Chair, that we would like to emphasize the point that Workers United will definitely be able to manage any contradiction before them. We invite and call on all the people to celebrate May Day with the workers, and victory is certain. Thank you very much for the opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mamabolo. Your inputs in the NCOP is always valued and welcome. I now hand over to the next honorable member, and that's Honorable Mashobeni, who has 14 minutes to contribute to this debate.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Greetings to you and greetings to honorable members. All protocol observed. Can I switch off my camera, honorable member? I'm having challenge of the network.
Okay, you may do so.
Okay. Thank you very much, Chair. Chairperson, I stand here today in this council to celebrate Workers' Day, a day which is celebrated annually on May 1st to celebrate the workers' struggle for fair working conditions and social justice. It is a significant day.
Honorable Mashobeni, we cannot hear you.
Workers who have contributed to the development of this country. But most importantly, Chairperson, I stand here in memory of the Marikana massacre of August 16, 2012, a day where 34 workers were killed by the ANC government that was protesting the interest of white monopoly capital at the expense of Black lives. Chairperson, the theme of this year's celebration in this council is workers' power, implication for work and inequality in the digital age, a theme which resonates well with the current state of affairs for workers in this country. As the condition of our people today, it is of a labor force that has forced several changes. Households across all provinces are struggling to put food on the table, and small businesses are struggling to remain in operation. We know this to be true, as earlier this month, Stats South Africa reported that about 23 million South Africans live below the lower bound poverty line, with rural areas such as Eastern Cape, Limpopo, and KwaZulu-Natal facing high poverty rates that are double those in urban areas. South Africa's official unemployment rate is also concerning to note, as it is currently sitting at 31.4%, whilst the broad definition points the unemployment rate at 40% when we include discouraged job seekers. Our youth, Chairperson, are jobless. Our workers are underpaid, and our future is being mortgaged. In the Eastern Cape, the Free State, our youth are rotting at home with degrees they cannot use. And in Gauteng, the lines of unemployment grow longer every day. From the mines of the Northwest to the farms of the Northern Cape, from the factories of KwaZulu-Natal to the tourism hubs of Mpumalanga, the story is the same. Our people are excluded from the economy of their own country. Chairperson, Black workers in particular have been betrayed by a government that once claimed to be on their side. They face stagnating wages, unsafe workplaces, and rising living costs. Farm workers still endure assault, evictions, and modern day slavery on the very land their ancestors were dispossessed of. Nurses and doctors work in collapsing hospitals without basic resources. While teachers are underpaid and overburdened in schools where children are still learning in mud structures, the cause of this sorry state of affairs is well documented, and there is no reason for South Africans to be poor with all our material and human resources. And so, Chairperson, the choice of today's theme underscores the reality of our nation today, as we see a new form of oppression in the form of inequality in the digital age. We are told that the fourth industrial revolution is upon us and that it will bring progress, yet we see that the digital economy is being built on the same foundations of exploitation and that which we witness on mines and on the farms. While the elite in the suburbs enjoy high-speed fiber and global connectivity, our people in the township and rural villages are left in a digital desert. In every province, from hills of the Eastern Cape to the flatlands of the Free State, our youth are excluded from the modern economy because they cannot afford the data tax imposed by telecommunications giant. This digital divide is not an accident. It is the new face of apartheid, where access to information and remote work is a luxury for the few, while the black majority is relegated to the sidelines of the technological revolution. Chairperson, as a result, the EFF stands here today to recommit to the struggle for economic freedom in our lifetime, a struggle that was formed in honor of the Marikana massacre, to dismantle the capitalist exploitation they fought against. We will not rest until the families of Marikana receive justice, until mining industry is nationalized for the benefit of the people, until the state protests every worker from violence and exploitation, and until no worker is forced to die for a living wage. And so we stand here as the EFF to state that digital freedom is inseparable from economic freedom. We must not forget that we are in a country where the African majority continue to be slaves and suppliers of cheap labor to the white minority as cleaners, garden boys, domestic workers, car guides, petrol attendants, security guards, rock drill operators, and everything that pays low wages. The ruling party has destroyed the nursing, teaching, and police professions by paying those workers peanuts. So we call on all workers, youth, and concerned citizens. Let's mobilize, let's organize, and let's take action. As the EFF, we demand free universal Wi-Fi and the breaking of the digital monopolies. As the post-apartheid settlement has failed to break the structural exclusion of the black majority. As the EFF chair, we also demand the insourcing of all government workers in every province. We do not want handouts. We want the EFF 7 cardinal pillars to be foundation of the new industrialized South Africa, where every province is in a hub of production. We do not just demand higher wages. We demand the nationalization of mine, banks, and other strategic sectors of the economy, because we know that a worker without land and without the means of production is merely a tenant in the land of their birth. The EFF reaffirms that the agricultural sector cannot develop without direct and radical state intervention. In conclusion, Chair, this must include land expropriation without compensation, the establishment of an agricultural development bank, the reconstitution of agricultural products, marketing boards, and targeted support for small-scale farmers, including the provision of tools, implements, and extension services. Let's, people of South Africa, please, let's vote for the economic freedom fighters in this coming election. I thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much for those brief inputs, Honourable Mashubeni. Good afternoon, Honourable Delegates. Let's move on with the debate then, and the next turn falls to the Honourable Farmer. Honourable Farmer, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairperson. Can I have permission to switch off my camera?
Yes, you may.
Honorable Chairperson, honorable members, I greet you in the name of Jesus Christ, our Lord and Savior. Workers' Day has always been about power in the hands of working people. But Chairperson, the reality we face today is that the nature of work is changing faster than our policies, faster than our institution, and faster than our ability to protect the very workers we are here to represent. The question before us is not only about workers' rights in the traditional sense, it is about who holds power in the digital economy and who is being left behind. Because while we speak about the fourth industrial revolution, automation, and digital platforms, millions of South Africans are still fighting for basic access, basic skills, and basic opportunity. Honorable Chairperson, the Patriotic Alliance believes that workers' power in the digital age must mean ownership, access, and participation, not exclusion. Right now, we are seeing a new form of inequality emerging, not just rich versus poor, but connected versus disconnected. Those who have access to data technology and digital skills are moving forward. Those who do not are being locked out of the economy entirely. This is the new inequality, and it is growing. Honorable Chairperson, let us speak honestly about what this means for workers. A young person without digital skills today is not just unemployed, they are structurally excluded from the future economy. A small business without digital access is not just struggling, it is invisible in the modern marketplace. A worker without connectivity is not just disadvantaged, they are disconnected from opportunity itself. This is where the Patriotic Alliance takes a clear position. Digital access is no longer a luxury, it's a worker's right. Honorable Chairperson, if we are serious about workers' power, then we must start implementing practical interventions. Firstly, we must treat data access as an economic enabler. Affordable, reliable internet must be prioritized, especially in working class and rural communities, because without it, we are excluding millions from participation in the digital economy. Secondly, we must invest in targeted digital skills training, not generic programs, but practical skills linked directly to 1, employment opportunities, 2, small business development, and 3, platform-based work. Thirdly, we must address the rise of platform and gig work. Too many workers today are delivering goods, driving passengers, providing services, but without job security, benefits, and legal protection. We cannot allow a situation where technology creates opportunities for companies, but insecurity for workers. Workers' power must include fair conditions, even in new forms of work. But Chairperson, there's another dimension we must confront, and that is representation. Many of our working class communities, particularly colored communities, continue to feel that they are not fully included in economic transformation, especially in new and emerging sectors. The Patriotic Alliance is clear that digital economy must not become another space where the same communities are left behind. We must ensure that opportunities are inclusive, support reaches all communities, and no one is excluded because of where they come from. Chairperson, workers' power is not only about protection, it is about progress. It is about ensuring that every worker has the tools to compete, the skills to grow, and the opportunity to succeed. After 30 years of democracy, we cannot allow inequality to simply change its form while remaining just as deep. Chairperson, the Patriotic Alliance stands for South Africa, where workers are not just participants in the economy, they are empowered contributors to it. Where technology is not a divider, but a bridge to opportunity. And where no worker is left behind, not in factories, not in offices, and not in the digital space. Let us ensure that in this new era, workers do not lose power, but gain it. Salute.
Thank you very much, Honourable Farmer. Honourable Delegates, we now move to a number of the provinces for their inputs. First up will be KwaZulu-Natal, and the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on the Premier on Community Safety and Liaison is the Honourable Fraser. who has 10 minutes to address us. Honourable Fraser.
Thank you, Honourable Chairperson. Greetings, Deputy Minister Sotobe, honourable members, comrades and compatriots. This year's Workers' Day carries profound historical significance because it coincides with the 30th anniversary of the adoption of the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa. Our supreme law, born from the struggle, sacrifice, blood, sweat, and tears of the workers, the poor, the oppressed, and all South Africans who fought for freedom, dignity, and justice. This constitution did not emerge from boardrooms of privilege and certainly was not a gesture of goodwill from the apartheid regime. It was forced into existence by decades of mass resistance, organized struggle, international solidarity, and the unbreakable spirit of the oppressed masses led by the liberation movement. This constitution emerged particularly from, amongst others, the decisive contribution of organized workers such as those in 1973. In my home province, KwaZulu-Natal, where more than 60,000 workers employed in factories, docks, industries across Durban rose against starvation, wages, exploitation, and inhuman working conditions. These workers had no legal protections, as black trade unions were not recognized, but those workers refused. They organized, they mobilized, they withdrew their labor, and through their courage, they demonstrated the power of worker unit against oppression. This Durban strike reignited mass resistance inside the country after years of repression following the banning of the African National Congress and other liberation organizations in the 1960s. They inspired a new generation of trade unions, workers' organizations, and community struggles. Indeed, the factories became sites of political education. Township became centers of resistance. Trade unions became schools of democracy, as workers did not fight only for wages, but fought for liberation itself. The spirit of Durban in 1973 would also later find expression in the formation of strong independent unions, the rise of worker civic alliances, the mass stairways of the 1980s, and ultimately the formation of COSATU in 1995, a decisive force in making apartheid unworkable in South Africa ungovernable. Therefore, Chairperson, our constitution is not simply a legal document. It is a revolutionary achievement. It is the political expression of generations who fought for a South Africa founded on human dignity, equality, and freedom. The ANC's strategy and tactics correctly and consistently observes that political liberation alone would be incomplete without confronting the deeply entrenched legacy of racialized poverty, inequality, and class expropriation inherited from apartheid. And it is precisely for this reason that our democratic government moved from earliest days of freedom to place workers and the poor at the center of the national transformation. In KwaZulu-Natal, Honorable Chair, the ANC-led departments are also driving forward the digitization of public services as part of building a capable, modern, and developmental state. In Department of Health, digital patient registration systems, electronic medicine management, and technology-enabled healthcare services are improving efficiency and helping bring quality healthcare closer to communities, particularly in rural areas. In education, the province continues to expand smart classrooms, ICT resources, online curriculum support, and digital learning platforms, while also strengthening administrative systems that support schools, educators, and learners. Through the Department of Transport, the digitization of operating license processes, road management systems, and public service platform is improving turnaround times, reducing inefficiencies, and strengthening service delivery to commuters and transport operators. Equally, Honorable Chair, the Department of Human Settlements continues to modernize housing beneficiaries administration, project tracking, and service delivery systems to improve transparency, accountability, and the efficient delivery of housing opportunities to the people of KwaZulu-Natal. Together, these advances demonstrate how the ANC in KwaZulu-Natal continues to harness technology in the service of the working class and the poor, while building a more responsible and people-centered state. Honorable Chairperson, at the same time, the ANC has consistently acknowledged that the structural economic patterns of apartheid remain stubbornly embedded within our society. Unemployment, poverty, and inequality continue to affect millions of South Africans, particularly Africans, women, and young children. The movement has therefore correctly identified the present moment as requiring decisive action to transform the economy, create work opportunity, and rebuild the state capacity. The ANC 2024 manifesto commits government to placing South Africa to work through the large-scale public employment programs, infrastructure development, industrialization, localization, and support for labor-intensive sector of the economy. These commitments are already reflected in the priorities of the 7th administration and the medium-term development plan, which places emphasis on three interconnected priorities: driving inclusive growth and job creation, reducing poverty and the high cost of living, and building a capable, ethical, and developmental state. This is a recognition that economic transformation cannot happen without a capable state, and that a capable state cannot exist without ethical, committed, and professional public servants. That is why Workers' Day must be a moment to honor the public service workers who continue to carry the democratic state forward, often under extremely difficult conditions. Across hospitals, schools, the conditions are getting better. As we conclude, the Honorable Chairperson, as we commemorate 30 days of our Constitution, Workers' Day therefore becomes more than remembrance. It becomes a reaffirmation of the ongoing struggle to build a South Africa that truly works for all, a South Africa grounded in dignity, equality, decent work, ethical leadership, and shared prosperity. Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honourable Fraser. And we now go to the province of Limpopo, with next speaker being the Honourable Mokwele. Honourable Mokwele.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairperson. Can I request to switch off the video so that I maximize the network?
Yes, that's fine. Thank you, Honourable Mokwele. Please continue with your speech.
Honourable Chairperson, Honourable Deputy Minister, all members on the platform, ladies and gentlemen, let me start by quoting Karl Marx when he said, Workers of the world unite, you have nothing to lose but your chains. It is because of this call that workers around the world united to fight for their rights and better working conditions. In South Africa, workers united into a powerful front to fight the exploitation by the apartheid regime. Workers took an active part in the struggle side by side with other struggle stalwarts to defeat the unjust laws which were promoting slavery, exploitation, low wages, and poor working conditions. As we move closer to the 1st of May, a very important date on the workers' calendar, workers around the world celebrate the 104th anniversary of the International Workers' Day. Workers' Day in South Africa was only recognized as an official public holiday in 1994, and since then it has been celebrated annually. It honors the labor movement's struggle against apartheid, which ushered the freedom that we are celebrating today. Workers, through their labor powers, are the backbone of the South African economy. They contribute to the national tax revenue, drive consumption, and contribute to the GDP. The new dawn of democracy ushered the new beginning for workers in South Africa. Progressive legislations were passed, which gave workers dignity and hope in their workplaces. Farm workers and farm dwellers were protected from illegal eviction by farmers. The Labor Relations Act provides workers with organizational rights to belong and to form trade unions, organize and recruit workers to join those trade unions. Basic Conditions of Employment Act guaranteed basic conditions for workers. They are participating in the bargaining councils, workplace forums, which were established where they are able to negotiate their wages and better conditions. Honorable Chairperson, since 1994, workers can negotiate better conditions. They participate in NETLEC to address socio-economic issues affecting workers and ordinary citizens of South Africa. Workers are important stakeholders within the government and different workplaces. The commonly used slogan to affirm this is nothing about us without us. Regardless of the democratic government gains that were brought about by the people's government to improve working conditions, workers are still experiencing unacceptable, harsh conditions in the hands of those who wants to maximize profit at the expense of workers. Most employers are not complying with the legislation such as Occupational Health and Safety Act, Basic Conditions of Employment Act, and some of the conditions that are facing workers are unsafe workplaces, non-implementation of minimum wage, and inequality. Majority of those workers are farm workers, domestic workers, workers who are industries that are not registered, and people living with disability. Similarly, some employers in some sectors employ foreign nationals who do work that does not necessarily need specialized skills. For example, in the farms, where farm workers from different countries are employed and exploited, and workers within the tourism and hospitality industry. Honorable Chairperson, these challenges were exacerbated by the introduction of technology within the workplace. Access to fast, affordable internet and devices is still highly unequal. Workers in urban areas are better connected than rural workers. This means that many workers in rural areas are effectively excluded from online education, remote work, and digital entrepreneurship, thus reinforcing inequality.
Honourable
However,
Makwele, we appear to have lost you. Are you still connected?
yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yeah, please continue. We just lost you for a moment there.
Okay, thank you. I was still saying many workers are excluded, especially with those who are in the rural areas. However, many young people have digital expertise and technological skills are still struggling to access job markets or to be absorbed by the available jobs. People living with disability could benefit more on the use of technology and remote work, as some of them may have difficulties to cope with manual work. The digitalization of workplace can present a better opportunity for people living with disability to excel. Employers do not invest in workers' training and development to equip them with the relevant skills as required by the Skills Development Act, which is aimed at improving workforce skills, increase productivity, boosting competitiveness. Empowering workers will enable employers to implement Employment Equity Act, which is mainly aims to address the challenges of inequality. Honorable Chairperson, South Africa as a whole is faced with high unemployment, especially amongst young people with limited skills. Automation and technology threatens availability of jobs. Due to our history, South Africa has an education which was highly unequal. This results in small, highly skilled group benefiting from the technology-driven growth, while majority are left out. This is further evidence where those who have benefited have high wages, and the decline in the manual work and then skill mismatch, thus also increasing inequality. We therefore call, and we are saying the capable government continue to strengthen the oversight to ensure compliance on safety, minimum wage, and labor laws, and ensure that existing laws should be adhered to and be implemented. In this regard, we talk about skills development to ensure continuous training of workers, reskilling of displaced workers because of the operational requirements, Employment Equity Act, which seeks to ensure that designated groups such as women, young people, people living with disability, and veterans are considered at all levels of employment and business opportunity. The government should review and strengthen some of the policies which are very progressive and biased towards the workers, and legislation to ensure that effective oversight and monitoring is and evaluation is done, especially on those who are not complying, to ensure that those employers who continue to violate workers' rights are accountable. We need to strengthen the oversight. Compliance to legislation is not an option. Non-compliance should have consequences. And we want to wish all organized workers and unorganized a blessed celebration on the 1st of May. And we assure them we'll be with them, we'll be celebrating with them as the president of this country, then the president of the ANC is going to address them in our province in Limpopo, together with the president of COSATU, President Lozi. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honourable Mokwele, who I believe is the chairperson of the Scopa Committee in Limpopo Province. Let's move now to the neighbours in Mpumalanga. It's the turn of the Honourable Sekwakwa to address us. Honourable Sekwakwa.
No, thank you very much, Honourable Chairperson. Let me greet all honourable members, and including all protocol observed. I greet you. Honourable Chair, it has always been a tradition for the African National Congress to honour labour movement and trade unions. We acknowledge the struggle and fundamental rights of workers and recognize their role in uplifting our economy. This year, we celebrate Workers' Day under the theme Workers' Power, Implications for Work Inequalities in Digital Age. Workers' Day is about reflecting on the power yielded by the working class in confronting the challenges brought by the technology and the Fourth Industrial Revolution. However, the Fourth Industrial Revolution shouldn't deepen inequality where unemployment is high. We must ensure that technology creates inclusive opportunity, not just profit for a few. Workers must be upskilled and not sidelined. Investment in digital education, broadband access, and worker-owned platform can shift power back to the people. High data cost and poor connectivity continue to exclude rural poor workers, widening the digital divide. Automation threatens jobs in mining, retail, and admin, sectors that employ many Black and female workers. And undeniably, technology has taken over the labor market, and they are on a mission to replace the workers with robots, which will eventually lead to high unemployment and ultimately a poverty. We must ensure that the digital economy doesn't repeat apartheid era injustices. This is a struggle between employees and employers that was predicted centuries ago, that there will be a competition of resources, clashing of personalities, and the stress of adopting to a new technology. Inequality in the workplace still remains a burning issue, especially on farms, domestic workers, and other well-established industries. Honorable Chair, under the ANC-led government, we managed to implement laws that favors the working class, the poor, and the marginalized. For example, we have implemented the National Minimum Wage Act, which established a mandatory baseline wage to protect workers from unreasonably low pay and reduce income inequality. Unjust labor laws, unfair labor practices, and systematic segregation endured under apartheid. On Workers' Day, we pay tribute to the historical struggle of workers, especially the role played by the Congress of South African Trade Union, the COSATU, for emancipating the workers, the working class, under the difficult circumstances where the workers confronted the brutal apartheid regime. Despite these notable advances, it is worth mentioning that the fight against the terrible challenges is far from over. Youth unemployment is higher. This is not just a number, but it's a parent who can't feed their own children, a graduate with a degree but no job, a worker on a fixed-term contract with no security. We must transform our economy to create decent and sustainable jobs. We must strengthen collective bargaining, enforce labor laws, and crack down on exploitative practices. But we need also innovative digital skills and local manufacturing, including opening up industrial parks for the purpose of industrialization to transform our economy, and workers must be at the heart of this transition. We should utilize our minerals to create sustainable jobs and move beyond the traditional soil-to-sea extraction model, which has been described as a legacy of colonial system, and instead build a soil-to-factory industrial base. We therefore call for unity amongst workers to protect the gains of democracy and further demand the safe, dignified workplace and promote decent wages. We must strengthen alliance between the unions, community groups, and digital rights organizations. Together, we can lobby for laws that protect workers in app-based economics and ensure fair labor practices. Training the legal support and workers' cooperatives can empower those in informal and digital jobs. Honorable Chair, for the South African economy to grow and be stable, the workers are the backbone of that realization. I thank you, Honorable.
Thank you very much, Honorable Sekwakwa. We now return to the political debates, and the next party's turn falls to the Umkhonto weSizwe party, and it's the Honorable Lukele who will be addressing us for 8 minutes.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson, and the esteemed members. Chairperson, let me start by wishing the workers of South Africa a happy Workers' Day. Chairperson, we gather today here to debate power, the workers' power in the digital age, but let me direct this in this way. The greatest threat to workers' power are not algorithms or artificial intelligence. They are state failures and union betrayal. The MKP says this plainly. You cannot speak of workers' power in a digital age when our education system actively disarms our youth. 30 years into democracy, we still have two-tier system, a luxury private sector for a few, and a collapsing public system for the many. Department of Basic Education has failed to produce graduates with even foundational digital literacy, let alone coding, data analytics, or a renewable of energy engineering skills. Meanwhile, the digital economy from software development to remote platforms work is booming everywhere. Our young people queue for low-end gig work because they were never taught to build the tool of the future. The government talks of fourth industrial revolution, but they are handing our children picks and shovels for a digital mine. This is how you entrench inequality, not reduce it. But the failure does not stop in the basic education department. It continues on the floor, on the factory floor, and in the union boardrooms. Honorable Chairperson, we must name the elephant in the room. Our mainstream trade unions have become dinosaurs. They are clinging to a manufacturing economy that no longer exists. They refuse to modernize collective bargaining for the gig economy, for the platform worker, for the home worker. Worse, their olden days mentality, protectionism, resistance to any technological change, and short-term job preservation at all costs directly contribute to the closure of smelters in the country and sabotage economic growth. Let me give you an example, Chairperson. When the global metals industry began transitioning to cleaner, more effective furnaces, what did some unions do? They blocked automation, demanded work rule rigidities, and refused upskilling agreement. The results? The capital left and the investors backtracked. Smelters in Richards Bay, in Newcastle, mothballed to or closed. Thousands of permanent jobs were replaced by zero. This is not worker power. This is worker suicide dressed in a union t-shirt. And now we are faced with the just transition, perhaps the single biggest opportunity to redefine work and equality in the generations. The world is moving away from coal. South Africa has sun, wind, and land. We should be manufacturing solar panels, lithium batteries, and wind turbines components. We should be building a new industrial base, employing hundreds of thousands in this high-value green manufacturing. But what do? We import Chinese panels and become mere erectors and bolt and screw fitters on the other people's technology. Why? Because no one, either government nor union, had a strategic vision to force local content, to negotiate technology transfer, to invest in TVET colleges that teach photovoltaic assembly. Instead, we are told to be grateful for installation jobs. That is an opposite of worker power. It's worker dependence. MKP says worker power is in the digital age must be built on three foundations. First, an education revolution. Every child in every township village must learn computational thinking from grade 8. Every TVET college must have a renewable energy and digital manufacturing stream. And we must compel by law that digital companies and green investors to contribute a skill levy that is spent, not stolen. Secondly, union renewal. We call for a new social compact where unions accept technological change but bargain for ownership stakes, for retraining guarantees, and for a just share of productivity gains No more ludity nostalgia. No more to capital. A modern work powers means co-determination in how algorithms and automated are deployed. Third, a just transition that is truly just. The MKP will legislate that that any solar or wind project receiving state support must have a local manufacturing component, rising to 60% within 5 years. We will use our platinum, manganese, and vanadium to build battery cells here. And we will break the monopoly of imported technology by creating a state-owned industry cooperation answerable to workers and communities, not foreign shareholders. Chairperson, the question is not whether workers will have power in the digital age. The question is which workers, on whose terms. The path we are on with failing schools, fossil unions, erectors, and not manufacturers lead to more inequality, more precarity, and more anger in the townships. We choose the path of educated, organized, and owning workers. If we debate, let us debate that with honesty. I thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honourable Lukele. Let's move on now to the inputs that we get from local government. Representing Selga in this debate is Councillor Marakalala. Councillor, you have 10 minutes.
Thanks very much, Honourable Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces. I think I'm audible. Am I audible?
You are indeed, Councillor. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, Honourable Ministers present, Honourable Premiers and MEC present, Honourable Chief Whip of the NCOP, Honourable Members. Greetings to you. On behalf of the Leadership Collective of the South African Local Government Association, it is indeed my greatest pleasure to make these remarks and express our sincere gratitude to the NCOP to honor the achievements, rights, and struggles of the working class. From a local government perspective, workers form the backbone of municipalities. It is workers who carry the weight of service delivery, community interface, and the daily functioning of the municipalities. This year's Workers' Day takes place at a defining moment for local government. The sector is under immense pressure financially, operationally, and institutionally. Municipalities are contending with service delivery backlogs, reduced revenues, infrastructure deterioration, climate-related shocks, and growing frustration in communities. These challenges are very well known to workers because they experience them more intimately than anyone else. Municipal workers are the ones who restore power after outages, maintain water networks, collect waste, respond to emergencies, and interact directly with communities in their moment of need. They are the living expression of the state in action. That is why SALGA values its relationship with organized labor, SAMU, and IMATU so deeply. The contribution of municipal workers is not auxiliary, it is central to the functioning of a capable developmental state. Local government can only fulfill its constitutional mandate if its workforce is well-trained, protected, fairly remunerated, and supported in an enabling environment. It is in this context that we must be deliberate in reflecting on the conditions of workers to evaluate the national and global social political dynamics affecting the sector and to examine the role of workers in shaping the future of local government. These reflections are essential because we are not only navigating challenges, we are also standing before meaningful opportunities. One such opportunity in the review of the white paper on local government now underway. For the first time in a generation, South Africa is reimagining what local government must become. Its purpose, its architecture, its capabilities, and its relationship with communities. This process presents a rare and powerful moment to reshape the sector and address long-standing structural barriers. It allows us to rethink fiscal models, governance arrangement, functional assignments, and institutional capacities. The voice of workers at a local government level will be important in this national conversation because workers must be part of defining the local government of the future. In addition to this policy window, SALCA itself is driving an international program to strengthen municipalities from within, an agenda anchored on 3 strategic pillars. The first is building leadership for local government. The sector requires leadership, both political and administrative, across all of society who embody professional ethics, serve with integrity, and inspire confidence. We are investing in leadership development at all levels. Building leadership is not just about formal authority, it is about cultivating a culture of accountability, stability, and service excellence throughout municipalities. The second pillar is differentiation. We acknowledged that the 257 municipalities in our country are not the same. They do not share the same revenue base, geographic realities, population dynamics, or service pressures. Differentiation means designing a system in which municipalities are supported according to their type. I beg your pardon, I've lost, okay. Differentiation means designing a system in which municipalities are supporting according to their type, capacity, and context. This allows for more realistic planning, better targeted support from national and provincial government, and more sustainable long-term financial and operational models. Differentiation is not inequality, it is intelligent design. The third pillar is leveraging data for informed decision-making. Modern local government cannot rely on encoded or fragmented information. We must invest in data systems that give municipalities real-time insight into their finances, infrastructure networks, service performance, and community needs. Data enables better planning, better resource allocation, and better accountability. For workers, data-driven management leads to better tools of trade, improved safety, and more predictable work environments. These strategic pillars, leadership, differentiation, and data, are essential building blocks for a stronger local government system. And for them to succeed, we need stable and mature labor relations. Honorable Chairperson, we must attract young people to municipal careers, build strong professional pipelines, and prepare workers for new technologies and service delivery models. Professionalization is not a catchphrase for SALGA. It is central to restoring confidence in local government. We also recognize the growing risk faced by municipal workers, from community protests to criminal activities to political interference. SALGA condemns any form of intimidation or violence directed at workers. As we look ahead, and becomes absolutely clear, is that the future of local government will depend on genuine partnership. Labor governmental cooperation is not an optional extra, it is the core of resilience in the system. When we engage constructively, municipalities stabilize, service delivery improves, and communities regain trust in the state. On behalf of SALGA, I wish that our dedicated deliberations today will sharpen our organizational mission and strengthen our contribution to building a government system that is capable, future-ready, and centered on the dignity of workers and the communities they serve. SALGA remains committed to working alongside others as a trusted partner in this journey. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Councillor Marakalala, and for all of our visitors today testing my pronunciation skills. The next speaker at the virtual podium will be the Honourable du Plessis on behalf of the Democratic Alliance. Honourable du Plessis.
Honourable House Chair, Deputy Minister, MECs, members and fellow South Africans. Generation after generation of workers have fought for the equality of all who live in South Africa. The sacrifice of lives and livelihoods that contributed to the final moment in 1994 is well known, and the reward at the time was a free and fair country, protected by a constitution that is world-renowned. It was a promise of a country that no matter the characteristics of birth, you could access opportunities, not just job opportunities, but opportunities to basic service delivery, access to education that is world-class, and a public healthcare system that heals. This promise, this hard-fought-for ideal, has crumbled in front of our eyes over the past 30 years. Inequality has become normalized, as shown by the Gini coefficient, an indicator that measures inequality. In South Africa, it is one of the highest in the world, showing that we lead in inequality. This is not something to be proud of. It is not what was fought for. Another indicator of a country's success is its ability to grow an economy, to create a strong economic environment for the private sector to grow and employ people from all backgrounds. A strong economy not only allows access through entry-level jobs, but it opens up platforms of growth to specialists. Yet, in South Africa, we face an unemployment rate that ranks as one of the highest in the world. Again, not something to celebrate, not something that was fought for. A few other indicators of a country that is able to create an inclusive economy that benefits workers is a country with a strong infrastructure, not only water and electricity, but ICT, transport, and housing. It further includes an education system that develops solution-driven thinking, critical thinking from ECD to tertiary education. And other indicators are a safe environment where people are able to move freely to and from economic opportunities without being robbed, raped, or murdered. There is an anecdotal indicator internationally that a country that is steeped in inequality will never be safe for a woman to walk alone at 2 in the morning without fear of her safety. In South Africa, at any time of day, so many young girls and women aren't even safe in their own homes, let alone 2 o'clock in the morning. Not one of these above-mentioned indicators is something that we can be proud of as South Africans. Not one of these indicators is what we fought for. And the reality is that we live in a country that leads internationally in inequality. And this inequality has created many evils, as inequality does. However, to talk to the theme of today's debate, it has left many across generations unprepared for the digital age. And the tragedy is that the world will not stop and wait for us to catch up. We need to catch up to the world in order to not be left behind in ever-increasing inequality and lack of opportunities. So, how do we do this? Firstly, and this is something that we've mentioned many times as the basic solution to many of the socio-economic ills that we face as a country, and it is simply to stop eating the people's money. This means that every cent of taxpayers' money that is spent needs to go towards reaching the objectives at hand so that we build an economy. When a school receives 20,000 Rand per month for maintenance, that 20,000 Rand needs to be spent only on the maintenance of that school. When a hospital receives 4 million for an MRI machine, that money needs to be spent only on the purchase and installation of the MRI machine, and not a cent should find its way to greedy, disgusting, corrupt individuals who have been eating the people's money, eating their future. Corruption is at the root of the inequality faced throughout society today. For the rest, once the money is not stolen anymore and is spent on service delivery for people of South Africa, an holistic whole-of-society strategy needs to be implemented for the digital age. This includes, but is not limited to, investing in high-speed broadband and 5G coverage, particularly in remote and low-income areas. We also need to create safe and interlopable systems like digital identification, as well as create national cybersecurity frameworks. However, if the curricula from ECD to tertiary education is not integrating digital literacy, critical thinking, and coding, and this includes mathematics and science, 2 subjects that were watered down over the past 30 years, we will not be ready for the digital age. We will increase the inequality in our country. And this is not something to be proud of. It is not what generations of workers fought for and died for. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Du Plessis. The next debater represents the African National Congress, and it's the Honourable Sithole.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chairperson. Can I kindly just switch off my video so that I can be audible enough?
Yes, please. Please go ahead, Honourable Sithole.
Okay, no, thank you very much, Chairperson. Honorable House Chair, let me just respect the protocol that has been established earlier on and continue with my speech. As we stand on the eve of the Workers' Day, reflecting on the aspiration of South African working class, we are compelled to confront a fundamental truth. The world of work, as we know, it is undergoing substantive changes. Former President Nelson Mandela once recounted a story about the advice he gave to his daughter, Nandi Mandela, in 1988. He said, open quote, she must be taught in the computer field because that is the future and that is going to change our lives. He also said this because he believed that we live in a period in which science continues to define and underpin economic growth, healthcare, and national prosperity. Nelson Mandela believed that using technology for education and development will help bridge the inequality gap. He later encountered that the role of scientific knowledge is to ensure that decisions are made based on the fact and knowledge rather than belief, myth, or superstition. Honorable House Chair, today, the new digital frontier is testing the labor theory of value that has underpinned our valuation of work. The digital economic receipt of both economic prosperity and redress to entrenched inequality. It also offers pathways to rapid economic growth, financial inclusion, and few flexible jobs, while simultaneously providing youth with economic opportunities to address widening income gaps driven by digital divides, automation, and skills disparities. While digital tools can empower small business and marginalized communities, proactive, inclusive policies are necessary to turn potential into shared prosperity rather than hitting inequality. As the ANC, we have recognized that digital economy requires access. We also have recognized that lack of scientific infrastructure restricts access. Limiting growth and opportunities for the majority of our people, this further widens the digital divide and deepens the inequality it was meant to bridge. Honorable House Chair, the world of work is changing, and only through state-led initiative can we govern this change and shape it to extract the maximum value for the working class. As the adage holds, transformative change and growth that are not well managed and harnessed accordingly are chaos in the making. Deepening poverty, inequality, unemployment, and historic economic exclusion. The ANC's commitment to a just and inclusive digital transition underpins our response to this emerging frontier. Our approach is grounded in our movement ideological alignment with the organized working class and find its fullest expression in our responsibility to ensure that no worker is left behind in the digital age. Honorable House Chair, when we speak of digital skills gaps, we must resist the temptation to frame it as a technical deficiency to be solved solely through training programs. The digital skills gap is at its core a structural inequality. It mirrors and deepens the socio-economic fault lines that we systematically constructed and that continue to define life chances in democratic South Africa. Honorable House Chair, inequality in the digital workplace does not manifest along a single axis. It is intersectional, racial, and carries a gender and socio-economic phases. Women, youth, rural communities, and people living with disabilities faces compounded barriers to participate in the ICT sector. They are underrepresented in technical roles and face a culture of exclusion that is reproduced in hiring practices. Young people in particular have the potential both in the workplace and outside it. to drive technological change and advancement, and to build and densify the economy by capitalizing on opportunities arising from a digital transformation. However, the high rate of youth unemployment is placing our young people at a disadvantage, creating an environment that discourages the uptake of niche ICT specialization and skills mismatch that does not solve the critical skills shortage, which itself forms a perpetual cycle that yield negative outcome for all involved. Honorable House Chair, the ANC answer to digital inequality is active and developmental. Agencies such as NEMISA plays a central role in bridging the digital divide, and they must be adequately resourced and strategically directed to serve as a premier institution for digital skills development amongst historical disadvantaged South Africans. Institutions such as NEMISA cannot operate on the periphery of the digital economy. They must be positioned as enablers of a skilled revolution that meets the demands of the fourth industrial revolution. At the same time, the SETA system must undergo meaningful reform to align skills development program with the rapid change demands of the digital economy. Honorable House Chair, Sector Education and Training Authority designed for an industrial age must adapt or be restructured to deliver competency for the new digital world of work. The ANC support reforms that makes the SETA system more responsive and more directly connected to actually labor market outcome. A common misconception which remains a deep subconscious fear amongst everyone in the workforce is the fear of being replaced by the artificial intelligence in a form or another. Honorable House Chair, the state must continue the discussion of the Presidential Commission on the Fourth Industrial Revolution to redefine the composition of the workforce and ensure a just transition of work that does not see patterns of poverty, inequality, and unemployment emerging or deepening, but rather new sector of the new economy and therefore employment emerging. We need to provide avenues for skills development for our workforce and ensure that the legislative guardrails are in place to protect them. Honorable House Chair, the rise of the platform and a gig economy present one of the most complex and consensual challenges to the rights of South Africans workers. Millions of people now earn their livelihood through a digital platform. These workers are human infrastructure of the digital economy. We have the collective responsibility to rethink how these workers unionize and come together. Unity remains a greatest asset of the working class. A new model for representation must be developed for decentralized workplace to address the challenges of enforcing collective agreement in virtual work environment. This rethink will also challenge us to strengthen the social compact through greater collaboration between workers, employers, and government. Honorable House Chair, South Africa is still battling high communication costs and limited spectrum availability. This affects the poor and the working class, with ICASA placing the target at 15 to 20% of the monthly living expense being dedicated to the facilitation of the community. Honorable House Chair, the digital space brings the work to you, which is marginalized communities, meaning patterns of displacement can be avoided by creating a digital inclusive workspace that provides avenues for employment and training. In conclusion, Chairperson, as a nation, we must work tirelessly to ensure that science continue to drive socio-economic development, reduce inequality, and improve the life of our people through innovation in health, agriculture, and digital infrastructure, especially in township and rural areas where the masses of our people who find themselves in the periphery of this science evolution life. We must expand our national drive to ensure that young people are at the forefront of using technology to enhance service delivery, such as water, energy, healthcare, with initiatives like vaccine development and health platform broadening access to services. We owe it to Nelson Mandela and excluded masses of our people to ensure that the struggle for workers' power in the digital age is the continuation of the national democratic revolution to eradicate poverty, inequality, unemployment, and economic exclusion. I thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Honourable Sitole. We now go back to the provinces, and it's the turn of the Western Cape, represented once again today by the Honourable Bosman. Honourable Bosman, you have 10 minutes.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chairperson, and good evening, Honourable Members. Honourable Chairperson, we meet under the banner of Workers' Day, an occasion rooted in struggle, solidarity, and the enduring pursuit of dignity in work. Today, however, the terrain of that struggle is shifting. The rise of the digital economy is already restructuring labour markets, redistributing opportunity, and if left unmanaged, deepening inequality. Workers' power in this context cannot be reduced to traditional frameworks alone. It must now contend with algorithms, platform economies, artificial intelligence, and the rapid erosion of the boundaries that once defined formal employment. The central tension is clear. The digital age holds immense promise, yet it simultaneously risks entrenching a dual economy, one highly skilled and globally competitive, the other excluded, precarious, and increasingly irrelevant. In South Africa, this divide is stark, with youth unemployment at a staggering 66.5% and only 37% of households having internet access. Digital exclusion is not a future threat, it is a present reality. The rise of platform work while creating new opportunities has also left many workers without basic protections. A recent study found 55% of platform workers in South Africa earn below the minimum wage. Workers' power, therefore, must be redefined along three axes. 1, access, 2, adaptability, and 3, agency. First, access. Digital participation is foundational. Broadband connectivity and affordable data are prerequisites for economic inclusion. When large segments of the population remain disconnected, they are locked out of modern labor markets. Secondly, on adaptability. Jobs are evolving faster than traditional education systems can respond. Workers' power depends on continuous reskilling and upskilling. Thirdly, agency. The platform economy has introduced new forms of work that often lack security, benefits, and collective bargaining power. The challenge is to modernize our labor protections without stifling innovation. In the Western Cape, we have taken proactive steps to bridge the digital divide and prepare our workforce for the future. Our broadband initiative has connected over 1,200 government sites, including schools and libraries, to high-speed internet. The Cape Access Centres provide digital skills training in underserved communities, and our partnerships with the likes of Capacity and We Think Code are developing the next generation of tech talent. But provincial efforts alone are insufficient. The scale of transformation required demands national urgency. And here the ANC government has failed to act with the necessary speed and coherence. Despite the President's grand pledges, broadband rollout remains sluggish. The Skills Development Levy has been reduced, limiting funds for training, and the long-awaited Digital Economy Summit has produced more talk than tangible action. Policy fragmentation, regulatory uncertainty, and inadequate investment in human capital undermine South Africa's ability to compete in this digital age. More critically, they undermine the ability of workers to assert meaningful power in this new context. Workers' power is not only about protection, it is about participation. It is about ensuring that workers are active contributors to and beneficiaries of technological change. This requires clear policy choices. enabling growth because without growth, there are no jobs to protect, investing in people because without skills, there are no meaningful participation, safeguarding fairness because without equity, there is no social stability. The alternative is a deepening divide, a small digitally fluent elite dominating and commanding opportunity and a growing majority excluded from it. This is the path the ANC has set us on. But there is another choice, a choice to shape the digital age in a way that expands opportunity rather than entrenches inequality, a choice to build an economy where every worker has the chance not just to survive, but to thrive. This is the vision the DA is working towards, a vision where no one is left behind by the march of progress, where the power of technology is harnessed for the empowerment of the people. Honorable members, the digital economy is not some distant wave we must passively wait to wash over us. It is a tide we must actively navigate with urgency, with purpose, and with an unwavering commitment to ensuring that all South Africans have a stake in the future it creates. This is how we redefine workers' power for a new age. This is how we build an economy of inclusion, not exclusion. The choice before us is stark. The consequences of inaction are severe. Let us choose a future where the legacy of Workers' Day, the legacy of struggle, solidarity, and dignity endures. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Bosman. Honourable delegates, the United Democratic Movement has withdrawn from the debate. The next opportunity, therefore, falls to the Inkatha Freedom Party, represented once again by the Deputy Chair of the National Council of Provinces, Honourable Governor. Honourable Governor.
Thank you very much, House Chairperson Ryder. Thank you. Greetings to the Deputy Minister that is present in the House, as well as all honourable members, distinguished guests. South Africa stands at a turning point in the history of work. Ours is an economy now split between the physical and the digital. The promise of the digital age is undeniable in that it has expanded markets, broken geographic barriers, and created new forms of enterprise. On the positive side, it unlocks fresh avenues for economic and social advancement, but alongside this promise lies a growing and dangerous contradiction. Work is expanding, yet worker protections are shrinking. Honourable members, the Inkatha Freedom Party has consistently maintained that economic growth must be people-centered. Growth that excludes workers is not growth, it's extraction. We believe in a labour market that prioritizes South Africans first, in a manner that is fair, constitutional, and economically rational. This is not about exclusion. It is about inclusion with purpose. The South African workers must not be crowded out of job opportunities in their own country, particularly at the lower and semi-skilled levels. But equally, policy must not suffocate business. The digital economy is not neutral. It is restructuring power away from workers towards platforms that operate beyond the reach of traditional labor safeguards. We are facing a huge youth unemployment crisis in South Africa that sees a young labor force being excluded from the economy. Yet we tell them with digitization, a young woman in Ulundi can sell beadwork globally. Yes, a matriculant in Umlazi can learn to code online. But for every success story, there are thousands of young South Africans entering a labor market that no longer guarantees stability, job security, or dignity. We are at a risk of raising a generation that is not only unemployed, but structurally excluded from meaningful participation in the economy. A generation of young people trapped between short-term gigs and long-term insecurity. The International Labour Organization research shows workers in the informal sector are becoming more insecure as digitization advances. In the digital economy, worker safeguards are systematically being stripped away. Our Labour Relations Act was written for the factory floor, for the mine shaft, for the office block. It was written for a time when the boss had a name and an address. That is not the world our workers live in today. Today, the employer is an algorithm. The workplace is an app. The employee is reclassified as an independent contractor. And as these contradictions expand, organized labor is weakened. How do you unionize workers who have never met? How do you bargain collectively with code? These are the contradictions that we are faced with these days. As IFP, we identify problems and offer solutions. So what needs to be done? The IFP believes that we must modernize our labor framework. The Labor Relations Act must be amended to cover all workers. We must expand Section 198 of the LRA and the definition of employee to include platform workers. We must extend core protections such as UIF coverage, protection against unfair dismissal, including algorithmic deactivation, and we must confront the youth unemployment crisis directly. 30 years of democracy would be hallowed if Parliament watches the digital age create a new class of rightless workers and does nothing. If we do nothing, the digital age will not liberate work, it will liquidate it. If we do nothing, NEDLAC becomes a council for the old economy, while the new economy writes its own rules. The task before us, honorable members, is for our economy to keep pace with digitization. If we don't, then we have a future that is bereft of even more problems than what we are facing right now when it comes to employment. I thank you, Honorable House Chairperson Ryder.
Thank you very much, Honourable Governor. And our next speaker then is the Honourable Pinar for the Democratic Alliance.
Thank you, House Chairperson, fellow members of Parliament, the NCOP, and most importantly, my fellow South Africans. Good day, Tobela, Wedah. Today's debate is of critical importance as we prepare to commemorate Workers' Day. Over the last 30 years, South Africa has come a long way in protecting workers and their rights through legislation such as the Labour Relations Act, the Basic Conditions of Employment Act, and most importantly, Section 23 of the Constitution, which guarantees everyone the right to fair labour practices. These rights are to be celebrated. However, Honourable House Chair, what we have increasingly seen over the last few decades is the demonization of the employer, coupled with repeated calls from some in this House to hand more power to the state while taking away freedom of the individual. We should be very wary of socialist policies, House Chair, but as the ANC maybe has forgotten that SACP stands for Communist Party, not Socialist Party. Maybe that is why they are jumping ship. Both of them get confused which is which. Chairperson, I say this without fear of contradiction, that more laws and more legislation does not mean more freedom of all opportunity to work. The state, and even less so, trade unions, are not and never will be the creator of job opportunities. The role of the state should be clear: to create the economic environment in which the private sector can flourish, invest, and create jobs. Take, for example, the atrocious business licensing bill as proposed by the Department of Small Business. This bill would require all businesses to apply for a license from national government before they may operate. Entrepreneurs would now have to ask government for permission before they can empower themselves and others through job creation. This government of national unity is here to cut red tape, not increase it. If we are serious about fighting unemployment in this country, we should reject this bill before it ever reaches this House. Chair, let's now move to some of the comments made by my honourable members who spoke today. Firstly, a deputy minister and an MEC that quotes Karl Marx, whose philosophy is responsible for the deaths of 100 million people. This in a constitutional democracy. Chairperson, there are more EFF than the EFF. Speaking of the EFF, Chair, they shout about internet access in the rural areas, but while at the same time rejecting Starlink, who would invest 500 million in rural internet access. They are a walking contradiction. Secondly, Chair, the Minister spoke at length about transformation in the workplace. There I agree with him. But policies like BBBE has failed the working class. They have only enriched the selected few cadres and have left the majority destitute and unemployed. House Chair, I must also second the Deputy Minister that the CCMA sets a benchmark for the rest of the world. However, as one of the few government departments that are working, the question must be asked, why does his department keep cutting their budgets for commissioners? Then we come to the PA chairperson. As per usual, nothing gained, nothing lost, and irrelevant in today's debate. Chairperson, other honourable members were eager to praise unions, but alas, it is an election year, so they are eager to please. In closing, Chairperson, unions must never become the very thing they claim to oppose, an oppressive force over the everyday working man and woman and employer, entrenching a culture of us and them between the employer and employee. If you want to give businesses the best possible chance of success, we must allow businesses to be business and government to be government. And we must never allow over-regulation to kill innovation, competitiveness, and job creation, most importantly. South Africa does not need more barriers to work, House Chair. It needs more opportunities to work. Baie dankie.
Thank you very much, Honourable Pienaar. Let's move on again to the next speaker. This time for the African National Congress, it's the Honourable Dlamini. Honourable Dlamini, 13 minutes.
Thank you, House Chair. Allow me to stand on the protocol already established by the previous speakers. If you allow me, Chair, let me state that as we commemorate Workers' Day, this is a day steeped in the rich history of collective struggle and solidarity. We pause to reflect not only on the journey embarked upon by our country and the African National Congress, but also on the vital role that workers in our diverse provinces play in actualizing the vision of workers' power in the digital age. The journey is one marked by resilience, unity, and determination to build a democratic, non-racial, non-sexist, and prosperous society for all. It is a vision fundamentally anchored in the Freedom Charter and the National Democratic Revolution, guiding our collective response to the seismic shift in work economy and equality brought about by digital technologies. The nature of work, Chair, undergoing a profound transformation, reshaping industries, occupations, and skills. Demand across the nation, automation, artificial intelligence, robotics, and the digital economy are not abstract phenomena. They are realities that have found their way into offices, factories, farms, and service centers of our provinces, from the urban hubs of Gauteng, Western Cape, and the rural heartlands of Limpopo, Eastern Cape, Free State, etc. Digital infrastructure, House Chair, is the backbone of inclusion in the digital age. And here, the role of state institutions and local governments is indispensable. Agencies such as the State Information Technology Agency, Broadband Infraco, and Centec, in partnership with provincial and municipal authorities, are crucial in expanding affordable and equitable digital connectivity across our provinces. However, Chairperson, we want to emphasize that the South African Post Office can come also handy as well. The SAPO model of Citizens Post Office, which is the model within the South African Post Office that was meant to do exactly what we are talking about here, digital infrastructure as the backbone of inclusion in digital age. And Chair, this model really was never succeeded due to many challenges that this state-owned entity faced previously. We call upon government that we need to invest in the South African Post Office to ensure that this model is really realized and ensuring that this digital infrastructure will definitely include and also expand affordable, equitable digital connectivity across the country, especially to our people in rural areas. Honorable House Chair, we also, in the midst of this, cannot set aside Telkom as one of the critical state-owned entities with the capacity of infrastructure that can assist us, Chair, also with their capacity of the technical workforce they have in terms of installation, maintenance of this particular project, digital infrastructure, Chair. We are raising this, Chairperson, because the state has to build its own capacity. As and when the state is busy, maybe including whoever and taking whoever along, Chair, but the state has a responsibility to build its own capacity so that it is able to render the services to its people affordably and touch base in all corners of its location, Chair. Chairperson, we can also add the South African Broadcasting Authority, SABC. SABC can also use, Chair, as a platform to market the digital infrastructure for the country. Also, SABC, through their radio stations, television stations, the SABC can play a role of really educating our people with regard to the digital infrastructure and all other issues related to the technology. The SABC also, Chairperson, can also be a mouthpiece of government. But these initiatives, Chairperson, and additions to these state-owned entities cannot be realized if the government cannot invest in these state-owned entities. Ensure that, Chairperson, the funding model in this particular state-owned entities has been considered and do consider them, Chair, so that they assist us to build the state capacity in terms of the digital infrastructure, Chair. Honorable House Chairperson, corruption doesn't have color, it doesn't have age, it doesn't have gender. It also doesn't have a political affiliation. Corruption, Chairperson, is a phenomenon that needs a collective effort and commitment to address it. It cannot be reduced to a certain political party. However, Chairperson, if that really makes other political parties to be strong, they can continue to do it. However, as the African National Congress will continue, Chairperson, to pick up the pieces and ensure that we build a strong policy position that will assist whatever we have put in place as innovations, as innovatives, to ensure that our people get the services that they deserve. If, Honorable House Chair, it is so easy and possible to address the challenges of this country in less than 35 years, surely one of the schools that were promised the people of Alexandra by EF a few years ago was supposed to have been built as we speak. Chairperson, the innovation cannot be excluded from the regulations of the country and the laws of the country. The innovations, whatever innovations come from whoever individual or organization, must find expression, Honorable House Chair, in the regulations of our country and the laws of our countries. There is no separation, Chairperson, that can assist us. We are all agreeing that our country is so unequal, Chair. And we have a role to address those inequalities, Chairperson. If there's any individual, Chair, or organization that has evidence with the killing of the people of Marikana, surely the case should have been opened long ago. We cannot grandstand, House Chair, with the sad situation that workers faced in Marikana for political scoring. That cannot help us. And our people must not be really misled by grandstanding, but they must look on the actual action of anyone who claims to be representing them, Honorable Chair. As others, Honorable House Chair, are complaining about the ANC, we are working around the clock to continue representing our people and remain the leader of the society. And we will do this, Honorable House Chair, by honestly involving and taking everyone along with us as the African National Congress. What matters, Chair, in life is not how many times you have fallen. It is how many times you were able to rise, learn from your own mistakes, and also learn from the contributing factors that made you as a person or as an organization to fall. That is what we are preaching, Chairperson, and implementing as the African National Congress as part of our renewal, rebuilding, and uniting our organization. And as the ANC Honorable House Chair, we are calling upon workers in this country to come together and focus on continuing to bring positive inputs around the table in all platforms that have been created in this country. And also, Chair, they must also come up with new platforms that will assist us to strengthen the relationship between organized labor in this country that are representing workers and government or a House Chairperson. House Chairperson, workers have achieved a lot in this country, working with the African National Congress. Therefore, Chairperson, nothing will stop us to continue doing that, holding hands together with workers, holding hands together with the people of this country in ensuring that we build a better society for all of us, House Chair. On the issue, House Chair, as I close and conclude my inputs, on the issue of Honorable Pina, SACP vis-a-vis ANC, I think this is a democratic country and we are a democratic state, and ANC as well is a democratic organization, a liberation organization. The SACP is a political party in their own right. They have a right, House Chair, and to exercise their right as and when they feel to do so. It is their right. Therefore, that cannot be translated to be a confusion between the ANC and the South African Communist Party. And I think, Chair, anyone who wants to enter that space must come closer to us on the table so that we can educate them well how these things operate, Chair, and how the alliance operate and how the alliance will operate moving forward. On those words, Chair, I'm saying Viva Workers' Day. Workers of this country, we are with you as the ANC, and without you, there can never be any state, there can never be ANC. So don't be defocused or misled by people who take the transformation agendas, the transformation programs to court, and they come here and claim to be representing you as workers and the people of this country. Actions speak louder than words, Honorable House Chair. So on those words, I'm saying, workers, let us celebrate this year, this month, and this year in building a stronger municipalities, a stronger state, and a stronger organized labor and the working class force, Honorable House Chair. Thank you very much. Kia leboga.
Thank you, Honorable Dlamini. Honourable delegates, in line with our rules, we now call back to the podium the Deputy Minister of Labour and Employment, Honourable Sibia, in order to close the debate. Honourable Sibia, you have 5 minutes to do your closing remarks.
Thank you very much, my Honourable good Chairperson. Chair, let me start by thanking all the members who participated in this debate. Indeed, we are a very diverse country. We appreciate their contributions. Now I can say that, yes, we still have a challenge in our country that we have a very weak opposition, because amongst the parties who debated today, you will find that there are those who just came to lament and criticize without any solution. But again, there are those who are bringing solutions and whom you can see that they are very patriotic to what this country is trying to do. We really appreciate that debate. It's a very noble debate, Chair. When you talk about May Day, we're talking about a very, very important day to workers. Workers are the backbone of our economy. They are the backbone of development of this country. So whoever who takes an opportunity to grandstand during this debate, I can tell you, Chair, that individual, honestly speaking, is using a platform that is wrong and is abusing the platform that he has been given. It's a platform where we should be dealing with serious issues, engaging, coming with solutions where we think we've got challenges, but also acknowledging the victories and the gains that workers have gained over the years. Chair, one issue that we want to raise is that the level of organizing currently in this country is really declining, and we want to ask and request and plead with organized labor to say they need to up their game, they need to up the ante and make sure that the workers are represented at every workplace, at every single workplace, because currently workers who are organized in this country are sitting at 25%, which is not assisting, because where there are no shop stewards, where there are no unions, workers are being exploited, workers are being abused, of which the Constitution has provided organized labor and unions to be there at any workplace. So we need them to up their game in making sure that they do what is expected from them. We must just say that what we see today by one of the members of the DA, the last one who spoke here, I think it's Honorable Pina, if I'm not mistaken. My honorable comrade, Honorable Dlamini, I think has answered and responded to him very well. One thing I can say is that I don't expect anything from a member of the DA to say that is positive when it comes to anything that is leaning to the left. Any ideology that is left-leaning, they will criticize it, forgetting that the DA is central, and what defines the DA is capitalism, which we know very well that capitalism has been responsible for millions of deaths of our people in the world, all over the world. The wars that we have seen, the people that we've seen being killed in mass numbers, it's because of the capitalist system that has been behind that. Whether you see the wars, it's because they want to sell arms. It's capitalists continuing with their agenda. So for the DA to criticize the socialist leaning ideologies, I think, to me, it doesn't even shake me. Because what you see in this country, for the DA to build a wall in the Western Cape, it's a shame. Dividing our people, the DA is saying, in fact, if you are poor, you must remain poor. If you are rich, you must be richer. That's why they are isolating our people to remain poor on the other side of the wall. That's what characterizes the DA. There is nothing good about them. Everything that is evil is what is representing the DA, and that's what you see happening in the Western Cape. And I must say that for them to think the ANC and the SACP are having challenges, don't get into that space. We're dealing with that space. It's our space, and we'll make sure that we resolve our own problems. We don't need the DA. They know nothing about what they are talking about. But also, I want to say to Honorable Macho, I think Macho from the EFF. Again, Honorable Dlamini has responded fairly here. Whoever who have guards to politic and grandstand about the Marikana massacre, I think that person has something wrong in his head, and he needs or she needs to be examined, because nobody can use the death of the people in Marikana to grandstand and politic about it today when we are going to be celebrating May Day, knowing very well that she's saying is not correct and it's not true. Just because people want to grandstand, they want to be seen as
Point of order. No, point of
they
order.
want to be seen as the parties who stand for the workers, while they are using the blood of work.
Deputy Minister, I'm sorry to interrupt you. Honorable Mashubeni, what is your point of order, please? It appears she merely wanted to interrupt. I'm sorry for that interruption, Deputy Minister. If you can continue, please.
Thank you, Chair. But further to that, I want to assure the people of this country, I know a number of honorable members have raised the issue of the data cost in our country. Since year 2000, 99% decline that we have seen. We have cut data cost at 99%. Though it's still a bit expensive, but a lot of work has been done to reduce the data cost because we want every person to access data, but also to access the ICT system in its entirety. And we must be able to do that as government. And we continue to do that. Thank you very much, Chair. We want to say to the workers of this country, workers of the world, unite. We are here for you as government and will continue to protect your rights. Thank you very much, Chair.
Deputy Minister, thank you very much. That concludes the debate, as I indicated, and I'd like to thank you, Deputy Minister. I'd like to thank all the MECs and other special delegates, all SALGA representatives, and of course all of our permanent delegates for availing themselves for the debate. Honourable delegates, it's been a nice long sitting. That concludes the business of the day. The House is adjourned, and I ask you to all rise and remain standing while the procession leaves the House. Have a good evening.
Thank you. Long live the chair.
Viva the chair! Long live the chair!
Thank you, Deputy Minister Tibia, for the fabulos. Thank you.
Down.